I'm just saying. Screw all of you. That's what you get for not taking any notes.
I took notes. That's why I knew their names this
I
time.
took at least.
You didn't take notes.
I took notes. I have autumn, day 4, morning. Although that's not like this morning. It's day 5 of the morning. And then I have like a little sketchy, trying not to
Screen grab.
let you guys see it, but not actually write stuff down, of the area of the palace that you guys are in.
I took
So,
note of Eric's lack of note taking.
I have stuff over here on my board.
It's a shopping.
Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. Here, Black Tower Stories in the Adventures of Athoria, or in Athoria, because Jace constantly corrects me about that, like as soon as we get off the stream.
It's labeled on.
Yes. So, last session we had chapter 100, where the Silver Knights of the Mythal were wrapping up their 4th day in the Fey realm of Autumn, specifically in the city of Gordfell. You guys spend some time trying to take a look at the palace, double check your options, and Yandre met up with one of the local groups he was affiliated with here in the city, got some more information and some aid, and so it was determined that you guys would indeed be attempting to sneak into the castle while the Pumpkin King was having his ceremony in the evening, in hopes that you guys could raid his personal ship and get the fragment of the star in GTFO. That was, well, chapter 101. That was the previous day. You guys will awake on the 5th day here in Autumn, in the morning, with the knowledge that you guys are supposed to meet Alira, the mermaid leader, this evening, about an hour or so before dusk. So that does mean you guys have some time to make some other plans, get some other stuff together. Was there anything you guys wanted to do specifically?
Just try to stay
low. For me, most of my stuff is going to simply rely on getting to Idlira the hour before to make sure that I have everything. So as long as we don't decide to just dip out of this and not do this particular source of plan, I'm good for the day.
Okay. Is there any kind of last minute prep work that you guys will need today to do? Like equipment you want to buy or spells you want to make sure get written into your spell book, or disguises you want to create, anything like that? Because essentially you have a day to do any final prep work that you guys might think you require.
In terms of spells, I think I'm good. I'm just
Caleb,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, Caleb, I need a book that's worth at least 25 gold pieces.
Empty? Not empty?
Just need to borrow a book that's worth 25 gold pieces.
Am I gonna
That's
get
great,
it back?
because the starting price of a blank book is 25 gold pieces. So any book pretty much you buy will meet that requirement.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
The starting price of a blank book is 25 gold pieces.
Oh, well, if that's the case, I'll just go buy a book.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to ask,
Okay.
will I get this book back?
It doesn't say that it consumes it, but...
Oh, then here you go.
I don't know if it will consume it or not.
If it doesn't specifically say which is consumed, by the spell.
It doesn't.
Yeah. Typically it's not gonna consume it unless it's like one of those really kind of rare spells like resurrection or something. So most instances that's just a focus, not really a material component, which is would have been, kind of a nicer thing to specify. Oh well. So you just what book are you handing over?
Just one of my random books, but not a spell book.
One of your random books, but not a spell book.
Yes, because I do
Okay.
have not a list, but I do have several books on hand that I just don't have names for.
Okay. I'm just trying to sit here and say. So. All right. We'll say he hands over this kind of weathered leather-bound tome with kind of arcane symbols etched on the cover. The top of it says "A Tome of Arcane Secrets." As you kind of flip through a little bit, it's just like some basic knowledge and stuff, and also mixes with some stories, first-hand accounts of some mages. Looks relatively well worn, as if this is either Caleb has read it a whole bunch of times, or he got it second or third or fourth hand.
Great. Thank you. This will help a lot.
You're very welcome. Good to go.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else required?
I don't know.
Not for me.
Okay. Well, all right. Then I'll say it this way. We're gonna skip to the evening unless there's something you guys want to do. Anyone want to hit the cancel button?
I was seeing if I had something on me, but I remembered I left it at a different location, so I'm good.
Okay. So, you guys spend most of the day just milling about the town, trying not to bring too much attention to yourself, staying out of sight as much as possible, and then going over the plan as much as you could. And then the sun starts to dip and get a little lower in the sky than it is already. And once the bells of the cathedral on the eastern end of town start ringing, Yandre, you will note that this is you're getting pretty close to an hour before sunset. So kind of dusk has begun, and it will be you and Caleb heading out there. And then were all of you guys going to go and go through the caverns, or because I know Caleb and Yandre were going to be going to do the B&E.
From what I remember is we were going to go as far with them as we could, but they mentioned a section that would be visible from like guards or something. That would be best if we didn't sneak with them.
Well,
like
the part that they were
whatever.
talking about is the Pumpkin King's apartments. Many of those rooms actually have like large windows that open up to the courtyard. So you guys will actually be entering through the caverns, the Wailing Caverns beneath the castle. So you guys could conceivably follow him all the way up to the point you guys actually enter the castle proper.
I know we didn't want to go with them into the apartments. We were going to wait we were going to go with them up until they got to like entering in the castle. That way we'd be at
That's
the
fine. You reserve the right to change that later if you want to. But all of you guys head over to Alira's, the Seafoam Bathhouse, where you guys are accosted by a group of, the same naiads, and are upset when it just turns to business. You guys are brought back into the proprietor's private bathroom in the back. where one kind of table set off to the side has a backpack and a pair of boots located there. The mermaid at this point in time, Alira, is in the process of mixing what looks like her own kind of cocktail on the side of the bath, and then is letting you guys kind of mill about and let the silence stretch into awkwardness before welcoming you all.
Well, we were told to come here about an hour before, and I was just curious, were you able to fulfill my additional request?
Yes, indeed. She kind of glances over to the table. There is a pair of boots of elven kind there. I was able to procure a second set, but Thorin has those. They'll be in the mine, and you'll get those when you enter the caverns. You should be here momentarily. As for the backpack, inside you should find 6 potions of healing, as well as a scroll of invisibility, in case it is necessary. Not really certain, but it seems like something you might need. There's also another spell in there that Nira told me would be useful, but I didn't rifle through it, and she didn't tell me specifically what it was. So, hopefully, it is of some use.
And the armor?
Yes, that will be down in the caverns as well. Thorin did an inventory and stated that he was able to accommodate the request. So, there are more than one pair, so there should be enough for each of you, should you require it. Although, she kind of looks over at Kelmac, it might be harder to find a set for him.
He will not be joining us.
Oh. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Stands out a bit. Well,
He's part of the reserves.
anything else you need?
No. Caleb, did you want to look and see what the additional spell is and see if it's something that is helpful to us?
Okay. Kind of open stuff out. Open up. It's a small backpack, so it's only about like half full or whatever. But you do find kind of a smaller satchel. There are 6 regular healing potions in there. And you find a map case that you kind of pop off and kind of pull out the parchment. You do see a spell scroll of invisibility. You also find a spell scroll of silence.
Will be interesting. Will be very useful.
Great. I'm assuming it's something you can read and cast.
Yes.
Checking to see whether or not you have that on your spell thing already.
I don't have it on my spell list, but I'm going to check. I believe it is a ritual spell.
It is. I have it, but you haven't told me what the spell is, so.
It is the spell Silence.
The sound of
Oh,
silence.
great. Then we will both be able to use it.
That will definitely come in handy.
That's certainly good. She knows a bit more about this sort of thing than I do. So, do you require any sort of food or libation before you head out?
It would probably be best that we don't partake in a libation before going on this mission, but there are a couple of our party who is going to be a little less active. I don't know if they would want to participate. And I'll look back over at like Volred and Azal and Kelmac.
I'm good.
What sort of libation?
We have a variety of drinks. Obviously, wine and mead are most common around here, but as she kind of gestures to her own little tray of, kind of mixed up, there's a variety of things we could mix together for you if you like. Mostly, it's my understanding that I always find a little bit of liquor to loosen you up is occasionally good before a job, particularly dangerous ones.
Am I not supposed to be doing that every day?
I don't know how often you do this kind of work.
Very
It
loose.
was but a joke.
Oh, well. Very well then. So kind
What
of
sort of drink is very well then?
just kind of looking at you, kind of looking over at Yandere. Yeah.
It's
This
a well
was definitely
variety.
from the prime material.
Yes.
Is there something in particular you like to drink?
Surprise me.
Very well. She kind of reaches out and kind of rings a little bell. One of the naiads come. Before long, the naiad returns with like a nice bottle of wine. Kind of in an unnecessarily decorated, like fluted bottle. Such that like you couldn't actually put a label on it. They just have to like put a tag around the neck. Tastes pretty good though. And it isn't kind of long after you decant that Tharin shows up. Kind of wandering in, you know, his big kind of large gray beard with a big curly Q mustache. Kind of looking at the rest of you going, you brought some of the friends, I see. Well, that is certainly good. Will I be taking all of you then?
Just till we get to the point of entering the castle.
Well, that's fine, that's fine. The part of the caverns we're going through were pretty safe, so no worries.
Great. Yandere grabs in the bag and tosses the pair of boots of Elvenkind to Caleb. Let's just go ahead and put that on now, just so that way we don't forget about it.
What are these?
Boots, obviously.
They're boots, but
What are those?
they help you to remain silent, or at least add a little more help.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I'll put them on.
And then one other thing, Caleb. Yandere will walk up to you and place his hand on your shoulder. You will see a little bit of necrotic energy escape from Yandere's hands and wrap around you. And just from that point, he just says, a little extra security in case for some reason we end up in a very bad situation.
And what
And
is
Yandere
that?
casts Death Ward on you.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's like, what? Ah, okay. That makes sense. Okay. With that, Tharin kind of jumps around. All right. Well, you've got everything you need.
Yes, I believe we do.
All right. Well, I suppose then we should start making our way along the caverns and get you to the siege tunnels. I imagine his royal prickishness will be departing the castle here before too long.
Cool.
Then we should make haste.
And so Tharin takes you guys back out into the bathhouse and then out a side exit. And then a little farther in town until you come to kind of a dead-end back alley that is dominated by this actually rather large well. He kind of looks over and kind of I hope none of you are claustrophobic.
Oh,
Looking over at Kelmec.
Kelmec looks like he should fit. I mean, it's a pretty big well.
He's a cat, of course he'd fit.
It's long as it's like the floating clavicle thing.
Right. And then he kind of goes in there and starts unwinding the bucket. Most people don't come here because this well's been dried up for years. Mostly because the well did eventually enter into one of the caverns, and over time the walls gave way and all the water just kind of spilled out. But useful for our purposes.
That'll do it.
He kind of climbs over the end, kind of holds onto the rope. All right, well, see you down in a moment. And then kind of starts shimmying down the rope.
All right, well, I will see you down there. And Yandere is going to attempt to go down the rope.
Okay, then we'll go next.
Yandere, you kind of make it to the bottom. With your dark vision, you can kind of see Theron kind of messing with something. And then your pupils kind of very quickly constrict as he kind of pulls out this kind of copper or brass looking, almost kind of like a wand. And on the tip of it is this really jagged piece of crystal that suddenly glows in kind of a bright, though kind of a neonish blue light. And just kind of holds a little crystal torch and kind of gestures a little bit to let you guys kind of file in. All right, all of you here. That's certainly good. We got a little bit of walking to do before we reach our destination. We'll stop about halfway. That's where we have a cache, because from my understanding, there's still a couple pieces of equipment you need to pick up. So, all right then. And kind of starts taking you down the caverns. The place here looks like natural caverns that, as you know, Yandere, have just kind of been slowly kind of eroded away by wind and water that has kind of made their way like through this kind of porous rock. And there's a lot of kind of up and down snaking around that goes. But it looks like Tharin has done a pretty good job of building bridges and support beams to make the place relatively navigable. You can see like far off in some of the distance beyond the immediate light area of the crystal torch, there's like some bioluminescent fungus that kind of takes over in those places. You can hear like skitterings of different kind of animals and such, some splashes of some of the unique fish that can be found in these caverns. About 20 minutes of walking, Tharin takes you through a much more narrow passageway that's been kind of hewed out to be less natural. Looks kind of like perhaps a shortcut in order to bridge to larger areas. As through a short little walk, it kind of opens up into a small kind of cyst in the earth, where it looks like there are these kind of wrought iron gate, almost kind of like fencing, partitioning off one section. You see him kind of set the torch up on a holding stem and kind of starts pulling out and fumbling with some keys to open up. Now, this is one of our caches where we keep some supplies. Nope, not that one. Of course, it's always the last one. And kind of opens it up and goes, hey. All right, let's see here. Right, I set this aside. Second pair of boots of elven kind. And then I have some armor here, some chain shirts. Just kind of going around. That's what you need, 5 pairs?
Just one.
Oh. All right. Kind of takes a set and just kind of hands it off to you.
Yandere will begin to take off the dragon scale mail and begin putting on the chain shirt.
Okay. Kind of as you're doing that, he's kind of looking around, kind of taking inventory in his head just to make sure he hasn't missed anything. Right, yeah, you guys should have about everything else. Okay. Well, that should do it. Now, we're only about 15, 20 minutes or so until we hit the siege tunnels. Be just a couple minutes beyond that way until we come out in the eastern staircase. Now, from what I've been told, and from what I can glean regarding the foundations of the place, the staircase that lies on the eastern end of the castle itself opens out into a main hallway that basically bisects the castle long ways. From what I've been told, if you head out that door, opposite you should be a small courtyard. And then if you head left from there, the very next set of doors on your left should lead you into the King's Solar. And of course his chambers will be beyond. So getting in and out of the section of the castle, you shouldn't really have to travel much at all. But I imagine even though the king may not be in presence at the castle, there's still probably an awful lot of guards over there, so that's still relatively close to the Grand Library and the Grand Hall. The room kind of sits, the chamber sits kind of straddling in the middle of the two, so I can't tell you what kind of guard presence there will be, but I suppose I would just say move quickly.
And then from the King's Solar, how far is it the treasure room?
I don't know. We never really had anyone inside. But, you know, standard kind of palace prick layout. So Solar will be a bit of a waiting room, and then he'll have some kind of study and then private bedrooms. So I don't imagine they'll have more than 4 or 5 compartments within the area. So shouldn't be too much to search, I wouldn't think. But who can say? Just Alira also wanted me to let you know that if you do find anything interesting else in there that might be useful, it would be appreciated if you managed to requisition that as well. So, you know, help out the cause, so to speak, a little token to repay any help. Of course, help you either way, but still, it's a thought that counts, right?
Understood.
Well, just doing this as you're going through the process of changing your clothing. All right, everyone else fit?
Yeah. Just me and him.
Very well. Will you be carrying that with you, or do we need to lock it up or something? Or gesturing to your armor.
If we could leave it here, that would be great.
I can carry it.
Of course, of course.
Do you want to carry it?
I got plenty of ways of carrying it.
Oh,
I suppose that's not such a bad idea, after all. If something goes horribly wrong, then at the very least, your compatriot will be able to get your armor out. If something happens to me, it's kind of stuck.
great.
All right. Let's put it in the bag of holding.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't take it personally or anything. You kind of go, sir. Okay. Well, takes the crystal torch. Well, let's get on it then. Leading on, he takes you through a series of other kind of smaller caverns. You do notice a couple kind of smaller kind of caches. Those look like they mostly store perhaps smaller items, perhaps food, potions, something or other. There is one that has kind of an iron door that you can't see what lies beyond. But before long, you come to this kind of circular chamber, slightly domed, that has several kind of ways out into other tunnels. You notice 2 tunnels specifically. the one kind of in the middle to your right, part of the stone of that archway has been kind of carved to look more like a post and lintel frame, like nice, deliberately made to look not natural. And that heads out. And then the one immediately opposite you, which is kind of carved out in a similar level of detail, but that one has kind of a heavy, kind of rusted steel door with kind of a big padlock on it. Tharin kind of comes into the middle of the room, kind of gestures, turns around, and then kind of points at the top of the archway of the natural art tunnel you came in. Right. So each of these leads into other areas of the chamber. That symbol right there, the one that looks like the circle with the little square on top, that is the symbol that you need to remember if you ever come back here and need to know how to get farther back to where we were. That's the symbol you want to go to. That designates the well. So if you just find the well symbol and keep following that, you can take it all the way back to the well, just in case something happens. He gestures to the right-hand passageway that's done up nicer. That is part of the actual siege tunnel. Ideally, if you would take that, it would take you all the way out of town, near the Silver Waters. But obviously, that is the primary way. There are traps and such down there, and several other locked gates as well. I mean, I suppose if you ever needed it to get out of town, you could do that. But this door here, the one that's got the steel door, that leads into the actual section of the siege tunnel that's underneath the castle. That's the way you'll be going in. I don't have a key for that one, but I would recommend, considering the staircase is right above us, you don't use the Swiss Army knife. Instead, you use a little finesse. So
that makes sense. And at that point, Yandere pulls out the book that Caleb gave him and opens it up and casts Borrowed Knowledge to give himself proficiency in Sleight of Hand.
Okay. Yeah, you have proficiency with these tools, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, you never know. Don't
Yep,
know when
I got
things
you.
are gonna happen.
Theoretically, if we had to use the skeleton key, couldn't that silence thingy make something silent?
Yep.
Alright, I just want to
Okay.
have some options in case
Oh,
the first two
okay.
keys don't work.
Sorry, you were asking that question as Hizal, not as Jace asking the dungeon master question. Well, the question you didn't ask is, yes, silence does work down here.
And then I guess with that, I would attempt to pick the lock with my thieves' tools.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a roll. And that would be Dex plus proficiency.
Roll an athletics.
Ooh! Bad? I rolled a nat 1.
As Yandre's doing that, Caleb is going to cast a ritual of Detect Magic.
And just immediately break.
I rolled a nat 1, so.
Yeah. So Caleb starts setting up a ritual. You start getting in there. This lock appears to be similarly rusted to the rest of the door. You can feel a little bit of give in the tumblers, but not a lot. You're afraid that you might have to kind of like force it in there a little bit.
Spit on it.
Yeah, be a little rough with it.
Okay. I mean,
Smack it around.
The lock didn't call a safe word. Keep going.
Okay. Just gonna keep going.
Okay.
Just roll again.
Yep.
It's a 9 this time, though.
Hey.
Okay, you're going in and like you're getting like one of the pins set, and then you go to like put force on it in that tumbler, like the central locking mechanism. It just doesn't really want to turn. The cylinder doesn't want to turn. You could try a little bit harder.
Let me change my die on here because this is not working.
Change your digital die.
Yeah, let me make sure. Oh no, rolled my d20s and I got a 4 and an 8. It's not. I hope you guys don't do combat because I'm gonna suck it tonight.
Well, I kind of need it if this is how my rolls are gonna be. Let's do the treasure hoard die set.
Yeah, treasure hoard. That's aspirational.
Ass.
Oh, actually, there was one thing I forgot. I gotta double check how many. 3, with only 3. Okay. But we're not gonna do Calum because he didn't actually respond. So, you guys can have a D6 inspiration.
Hey, because we clicked the fairy.
Just fairy clicks.
Yeah.
I did click fairy.
But you didn't indicate whether or not you were gonna be here or not, so it doesn't count. Because you were supposed to add on a fairy, not have fairy as your only click.
All right, here we go.
But just throwing that out there, I forgot to tell you guys. I was waiting for a thematic moment.
18.
Okay, so with that, like at this point in time, like you're getting really kind of pissed with this lock.
I'm wondering what's taking so long.
Yep, and you're kind of clicking in, and so eventually you just kind of start like raking out rust, and you get a little pissed. Eventually, as you're kind of like getting in there and you start like yanking on the lock, it comes open, but you're not really sure how you opened it. And based on the amount of crud that kind of like fell off of it, you're fairly certain this lock's not going back on there. And I mean, and you're looking at, your thieves' tools, and they're covered in grime and they're marred up. So it's like, okay, well, not a good first start, but
It's okay. I have a second set of thieves' tools, so we'll figure it out from there.
and your tension rods kind of like bent over a little bit because you were having to put like a little way too much tension on that cylinder. But yes, you did eventually get it. But by this time, Caleb's already finished his ritual, and it's just kind of sitting here. Thorin's kind of looking around like, you see him kind of like whisper over to Zal towards the end and goes, actually, we might want to consider the skeletons. Oh, never! Oh, good job!
I had to say that one spell was a ritual. Maybe we could just keep doing it.
Then that's when I'll actually finish the ritual when it's actually opened, and then I'll get up and cast Borrowed Knowledge. So now I have proficiency with stealth.
Okay. All right. And then Thorin's kind of sitting there going, looking at the rest of you guys. Oh, are you guys not going in there too? It's just two of you.
Yeah.
Ah. Right. Okay, that's fine. In that case, you kind of looking over to the rest of the party. Go back a couple places, and open up one of those lockers and go grab us some food. Since we're gonna be here maybe a little while, get you maybe something to eat,
Alright,
maybe
I
a
got
pack of
some-
playing cards.
I got some wine. If you
Alright.
want it.
I already started walking away.
Yeah, and so he's like, "Oh,
You
okay.
don't have
Well,
to tell me twice.
I'm gonna go get snacks." And yep, and
That's
so
all.
the lock falls away, and you have to kind of wrench on the door a little bit. It goes.
Want some help? I'm right here. I could help you with this part.
If we can't do this one, I'm gonna be very afraid of being able to do any more doors that are upstairs.
Ooh, I pull out my alchemy jug. Just in case, this could make oil or acid, but I want it back.
Thank you.
Can only make one of them though. We can't do one and the other. Can also make honey. It probably won't come into play, but
All right, cool.
So, as you guys step in to the bottom layer,
Caleb, the invisible thing might help right now. Before we walk in the door.
Whenever we go up, I'm gonna actually cast it.
Okay. Caleb, as Yandere opens the door, and you guys can kind of feel like this surprisingly cool air kind of rush into the space. As you guys step in, you find yourself at the bottom of this kind of very tightly spiraled staircase. Just getting an idea here. Who's going first?
Andre's going first.
Okay. Then right quick, Caleb, if you wouldn't mind giving me a perception check.
Ten. 8
Yeah.
plus 2.
Okay, so you guys are ascending a little bit. Caleb, in kind of the dark light, I mean, though you have spells to handle that now, you can kind of start to see what look like are very faint etchings of magical symbols in the wall. They don't glow with any kind of power, so your detect magic isn't registering them. But it's almost as if like the walkway, there's like these thin runes that kind of go in a band, like every 10, 15 feet or so that you guys continue along the staircase, leading you to believe that perhaps in certain circumstances, this staircase might have some kind of magical protection or warding or something that can be activated. Just something for you to know. But very quickly, Yandere, you come up to a flat kind of stone wall, just at the top of the stairs. And you can see kind of etched into it just an almost perfect circle.
Okay, does that mean anything to me?
Not particularly.
I will look over at Caleb and just kind of glance up at the circle.
I want to take a look at it. Anything in particular about this circle that I should know about?
Well, looking past Yandere, you kind of take a quick look. You can communicate that you don't see any magic, exactly. Though you can sense magic, but there doesn't appear to be any magic on the door. But if you and Yandere spend a little time looking, you'll actually notice that the circle, the section inside, actually appears to be a slightly different color than the stone around it, leading you to believe that it's perhaps just a button.
Before we engage in that, Yandere is going to turn back to Caleb and just kind of look at him, almost as if he is dropping some sort of facade. His face goes very stern. He, instead of having this faint look of aloofness, it's almost kind of like Reggie has taken over the body, but he is not. You obviously know it's not Reggie talking to you. But he looks back at Caleb and just says, Caleb, if something should happen to me in here, you need to leave. Don't worry about me. Get out. Do you understand?
I understand. But a caveat, if I see the possibility to get you out as well, I will take it.
just be aware that I am, to very simply put it, being hunted. And I have walked myself directly into the place of the person who's hunting me. So, if you can get out, I need you to get out. I will try my best to be with you.
All right.
Good. Looks like it's a button. But before we go that, again, the invisible thing might help right
Yep.
now.
I'm going to cast invisibility on both of us.
Cool. And obviously you don't see Andre do this, but he's like pops his knuckles a little bit and it's like, all right, here we go. And
On Yandre's back so he can lead me.
I attempt to push the button.
Okay. As you push the button, it requires just a little bit of force, but as a little bit of dust from around the button, kind of the sediment kind of gives way, the button goes. You kind of watch as if the stones shift just a little bit, and then some of the bricks start sliding out and rearranging, kind of Diagon Alley style. And then a piece of the wall actually opens up like a door.
Andre will peer inside and look to see if there's anything or anyone in the nearest vicinity.
From what you can tell, you were at the bottom of a rather large staircase, square, that kind of comes up around almost kind of like a tower. You see some boxes kind of filling up most of the bottom floor, and then off to your left, we'll call it on the north side of this tower, there is just kind of a gothic, like pointed elven archway that leads into a well-lit hallway beyond. You can see the hallway, you're guessing is about 10-15 feet wide, and you can see these kind of leaded, kind of Tudor-style windows that lead out into some kind of garden that at this point is kind of cast in shadow. That must be the garden that Tharin had told you would be opposite the area. So it does appear as though you've... Oh no, I'm hearing Discord and I'm seeing smiles. Oh god. Alright.
It's nothing bad yet. Just give it 2 or 3
Nope.
minutes.
No, it doesn't matter. You guys are muted. Okay.
I didn't start it, but I'll finish it.
Okay.
With that, I will, knowing that assuming there's nobody in the general area, I will head towards the garden.
Okay.
And then once I get towards the garden, remembering Theron's instructions, I'm going to first look and make sure there's nobody there. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out for traps, physical traps, along the way while we're moving, and then any guards that I see at this juncture.
I would be looking for traps of anything as well.
Okay. As you kind of peer out the door into the hallway, you can kind of see as you look left, like westward, you do see what looks like one individual planted in like a military armor, red vest, or like your vest but red, golden epaulets and kind of a shiny kind of silver breastplate, just kind of standing with a poleaxe, kind of taking a look around, looking really bored. He's the only guard you see.
Is he next?
And he would be, I would say, about 30 feet to your left. and you can hear some like talking and laughing like farther west in the fortress. The area of the fortress you're in now appears relatively quiet.
Okay. So he would be somewhere near the door that we would need to get into the King's Solar.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, I'm gonna reach back and tap on Caleb's hand that's resting on my shoulder and just like, I don't know, he doesn't know thieves can or any kind of like directions. We probably should have thought about this first. But I'm just gonna turn back and kind of whisper to him. There's one guard. There's one guard next to the door. Do you have any way of distracting him and getting him away from it?
Invisibility. I could throw something.
I'm gonna look to the right and see how long the corridor is.
Let's see. From your estimation, looks to be perhaps about 100 feet in total length, if you had to guess. 100 feet long, about 20 feet in width.
Okay, and with that, Yandere, it's not gonna break. No, because I'm not attacking anyone. Yandere is going to take a gold piece. No, because these are prime material. I'm trying to think of what would be the best thing to do. Is there a rock nearby?
Not a rock, but there, as I said, there are some various stored objects in containers. So if you want to find something relatively small and noise making, you could find it.
Well,
Pick up like a goblet or a piece of statue or something.
Yeah, I'll probably pick up like a piece of statue, and then upon getting that, I'm going to toss that piece of statue down the right side of the corridor, attempting to make noise on the other end.
Okay. Okay. As you kind of go, you hear a smattering, slide around. You hear kind of the rustling of armor. Kind of a long sound, then kind of you hear the little echo of a pat, and then call out kind of in Sylvan. Hello? Anyone there?
And where is he? How far is he? Is he still by the door?
Well, it seems as though he may have come about halfway. And then after kind of a long moment of no response, you hear a bit more footstep. You hear him coming towards the door to the stairway that you're at.
How big is the corridor that we're in?
You guys are kind of in this small 20-foot by 20-foot box.
Okay. And the door to the stairwell is open, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just an archway.
Okay.
So he will be passing by you on his way to check out.
Cool. Before he makes it in, I'm going to take another piece of statue and throw it down the stairwell.
Okay. With that, you hear the pace quicken as he seems to be making a beeline to the section of the stairwell where you're standing. And then kind of in that brief moment, you see him kind of pause in the stairwell to kind of quickly take a look down the stairwell and then quickly surveil around. I didn't know if you were hiding or if you're just standing out in plain sight.
Okay, so I guess to clarify where we're at, because I was assuming that there is, like you said, this 20 by 20 foot room, right?
Yeah, that you're in.
The stairwell would have been on the opposite side of where we are, and the opening to the room would have left out to where the garden is, to the left over to where the king's solar is, and to the right is that corridor. We're trying to
okay.
make him go to the other side of the 20-foot by 20-foot room.
Right. Okay. So then, just to clarify, the 20-foot by 20-foot room you have, it isn't really a room; it's a stairwell.
Okay.
That has like landings.
Okay.
The only exit from this place, other than the stairwells, is that archway which leads out into a hallway. On the opposite side of the hallway is the garden. If you go down the hallway to the left is where the king's chambers are. Down the hallway to the right is towards the castle's library. So
Okay,
that being the case, did you need?
I would have been
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
like-
send him to the library and not towards our stairwell.
Okay, so then you want him to go past you guys.
Yes.
Okay, so not throwing the thing down the stairwell.
No.
Then. Okay, well, I was like, something needs to retcon somewhere. But yeah, so with that, like, you can hear the kind of pattering. Go ahead and, like, as he starts kind of moving past you, go ahead and roll some stealths right quick, just to see if he kind of spots you in the room as he's moving past.
I'm glad I had advantage. 28.
16.
Not that it really matters because he rolled a 1. This guy's like super creep. So you see him kind of pause at the archway a little bit and kind of glance in really quick. Doesn't even seem to register the fact that part of the wall is open. Or doesn't see you guys. He's just like, okay, no obvious danger. That's weird. And keep moving. And he's kind of cautiously moving down the hallway. And, after a few moments, he goes, hello? Anyone here?
Before we leave, just because the wall is open, is there a way we could shut it from this side, or is it just the button on the other side?
If you just want to shut it.
Well, no, it's not the brick by brick one. That was at the bottom, right?
No, that's how you guys got into this chamber.
Okay, then I'm going to shut the door before we leave.
Okay.
Just because I don't
Kinda,
want
like,
them...
as you do that, you see the bricks kind of quickly shift and reform, and then you watch the outline of the door on the brick. There's kind of a flash of arcane symbols, and it looks like mortar fills in so that from this side you can't see any difference.
Okay, and is there a way we know how to activate it from this side?
You do see that it looks like there is a section of brick that has a much smaller kind of button section that you assume you could give it a pushy push.
All right, now.
Okay, all right, figures. Okay.
Because
And-
we got a timeline.
Fair. Okay, so the guard has moved past you and is making his way down the hallway. You guys currently stealthed. Have you cast your invisibility yet?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. I know you said you would do it inside. So we got detect magic active. We have invisibility active.
Detect magic went away with invisibility.
Fair enough. Okay. So the guard's just kind of moving around. At this point in time, he's kind of approaching the piece of the broken statue.
He's moved past us and just essentially not necessarily out of earshot, but far enough away for us to make a move. Yandere is going to tap Caleb's hand and start moving towards the King's Sword.
Okay. So as you guys do that, if you guys wouldn't mind rolling another stealth, and then Yandere, if you wouldn't mind rolling a sleight of hand as well.
That would be a 13.
And then my stealth would be a 23. My sleight of hand is going to be a 22.
Okay. So, as you guys kind of slink silently through the hallway, you're kind of glancing back. You do see the guard kind of glance back the other way, but obviously not seeing anything, just kind of looking around and just looking, and he goes to kind of like reach down the statue. You reach kind of the front door, very quickly take a quick look. It doesn't appear to be locked. You kind of grab the little the circle and kind of twist it ever so slightly. Well oiled, doesn't lock. You kind of push in a little bit. The door goes. You open it just enough for like you and Caleb to kind of slip in, stopping before it really kind of starts to creak, and then slowly kind of go and close the door. And you do see that the door can be barred from the inside. Is that something you guys wanted to do?
Do I think that it would cause or make a lot of noise for me to attempt to bar the door from the inside?
It wouldn't, but of course it would affect your egress, assuming that is the only entrance or exit.
And is there anybody in the room that we're in now?
Not that you guys can see. This room is dark.
Okay.
Well, dim light. There is light coming from a window, but we'll get to that.
I would say probably not, because we want to leave relatively easily as well. So if we
Okay.
bar the door, it might prevent us from being able to get out relatively quickly.
That's fine. I just wanted to check, since that's also where any obvious followers or guardsmen might come in. But doing that, you guys kind of take a moment to kind of step away from the door and then turn to face the rest of the room. A dimly lit chamber, though with y'all's dark vision, that doesn't really matter. This kind of large octagonal room, roughly 35 feet in diameter, is dominated in the center by this rather large statue of the Pumpkin King, or you would assume Caleb, the Pumpkin King, on this kind of ornate circular base. The Pumpkin King appears to you, Caleb, an Eladrin individual with very long ears, similar to Yandre's, kind of the long eyebrows and flowing hair. You see him kind of dressed up very regally, carrying a pumpkin in one hand and kind of resting his hand on a sword in the other. He's got, you can tell, like this is a statue that's meant to make him look good. And this being his kind of visitor chamber, as obvious by the kind of large kind of waiting sofa that dominates the western half of this room. It's meant to leave an impression for people who come to visit him. The eastern wall has an ornately decorated fireplace, presently with no fire in the hearth. And then each of like the northeast, northwest, and southwest corners have these kind of half-circle alcoves, which which have smaller statues depicting different kind of fey creatures common to the realm. In the southeast corner, as opposed to an alcove, you do see a set of ornately carved double doors. And a window looking out into the courtyard can be seen from the southern wall. There's nothing else in the chamber that you guys can tell, other than a tapestry over the sofa that appears to show the Pumpkin King situated amongst a field of grain and cornucopias. Again, designed to make him look good.
You just hear Yandra go in disgust, but not.
There's
really.
someone prowling around here.
Very full of himself.
Shh. But he is very full of himself. That way. I mean, obviously, thinking that you can see which way he's pointing, you're invisible. We're invisible. It's like the southeast corner.
Hold on.
So, as you guys kind of drift towards the back area, perhaps like bumping into each other a little bit, you guys reach the ornate paneled door, which stands unlocked after a cursory jiggle of the handles. As the doors kind of open up, they lead into a large, mostly like square room. That appears to be a combination of like a sitting area living room and a library. The western and southern walls are dominated by these massive floor-to-ceiling windows that give a perfectly unobstructed view into the courtyard. From here, you can see the long kind of walkway that leads out to the front gate, and you can see different pieces of torchlight and light glinting off armors of roughly a dozen or so guards you see patrolling the area outside. A couple of them kind of immediately on the other side of the glass. Were this day and you had no invisibility, no way you're not seen. Most of the open walls are dominated by bookshelves filled with books and knickknacks and rolled up pieces of parchment. The rest is filled with tables, a couple desks, and a very ornate kind of seating area that seems to be surrounding the hearth that lies in the northeast corner of the room. The only other area of egress that you see is in the southeast corner, where there is kind of this banded or iron banded oak door that leads off into another room. This definitely appears to be the place he spends the most time, as you do see leftovers from perhaps lunch and some kind of half-drank tea with like several prepared cups lying on the coffee table, leading you to believe that perhaps the king entertained visitors earlier today.
Are we near where the food is? Or
I
is
mean,
that in a different room?
It's in the same room. This is just kind of what you guys see as you enter.
Anything that would give me the notion of what he was entertaining them for, such as notes or something that would be left over?
You could inspect the place a little bit, but you do know, as Kelmac and other individuals have told you, that there are nobles from across the Feywild in town for the Harvest Festival. So it could be perhaps someone staying in the castle or someone else. There are numerous options given the context.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a full glance, it would just be a cursory glance. If not,
Yeah.
I'm going to keep following Andre.
Yeah, the place looks relatively clean and organized, kind of done up to look like the kind of person who spends his time in luxury and study.
Well, I will be keeping an eye out for anything that would show signs of the Court of Winter being present, as that was something that Illyra specifically told me about. So if there's anything that would point to them being involved, or any kind of letters or communication that has their symbol on it, that would be something I would be on the lookout for.
Okay.
Just back to the southeast corner. There's another banded door. We should probably head there.
Okay.
Make moves.
Crossing the carpeted runner that bisects the kind of two areas. Heading straight to that corner. Cursory jiggle. You pass through into a room that's actually about the same size as the one you guys just left. However, this is definitely a private bedchamber. A rather moderately sized hearth kind of dominates the eastern wall near this elegant four-poster canopy bed in these kind of gaudy sunset orange sheets. The bed is disheveled and a mess, and numerous paintings kind of dot and fill the walls. On the southern wall, you notice kind of the walls have this, or everywhere has this kind of garish orange marble that has these kind of white and gold fleck and green veins that move through it. Sections or panels of that wall in the south have been kind of removed so that these kind of three paneled friezes, these kind of shallow sculpture could be recessed in the wall. Kind of the central one is this kind of large version of the tree of falling leaves, and then flanking it, you see what looks like the Pumpkin King in two different variations. One looking like a master kind of harvest, and another a little bit more regal. He's even gone so far as to put a crown on his head. The only other door you see lies just to the left of you guys in the northwest corner of the room. Another set of double doors that go beyond. And yeah, the rest is just writing desks and personal effects in this room.
Are there any windows or mirrors windows or views out of this room, or is this like a private?
This is a private room with no windows, well, actually, you do see a window off kind of to your right. It's kind of a 10-foot wide window that kind of sits in the southwest corridor of the room, but that's the only window.
Do I see anybody standing on the outside, or is there like a clear view into this room?
It's pretty clear. I mean, it's a clear view-ish. Like, from that window, you could look in and see the king's bed, but you couldn't really see much of anything else. And even then, like, that section of window has got, like, shrubs and stuff, and there doesn't appear to be a guard posted right outside.
I would imagine that whatever he's hiding in here, or the treasure room, might be present in that other side of the door. But this is where I would assume there's probably some type of magical trap.
I agree. DM, in our vicinity, there is nobody, correct? It's just outside this area that there's people?
Yes. I'm describing the people you guys see outside in the courtyard. Yeah. Yes, entering into the king's private bedchambers is generally a no-no unless you are a personal servant.
So I'm going to tell Yandere, I think I should drop invisibility, use detect magic, and we can shut this door and try and bar it. Because at the moment, I don't see anybody that can see us right now. We'll shut this door, and is there a way to bar this door?
Yes.
Then we will bar it. I will drop invisibility and quick cast ritually detect magic and look around.
When he bars the door, and I know he bars it, the moment that he drops invisibility on both of us, I'm going to pull us out of view of the window.
Yeah, easy.
Did you say there was no window in his inner sanctum?
No, there is a window there. You can see
one, but it's in the southwest corner. And from where you guys came in, if you guys closed the door behind you, you wouldn't be in view of the window. You guys just know it's there because there would be a little bit of evening light that you see kind of come and starkly shades a section of the room as you guys kind of walk in.
Gotcha. I misunderstood that. So yeah.
Yeah, no worries. We were doing all of this theater in the mind, so it happens.
Then I would use a quick cast of detect magic.
Okay.
And what do I see in the initial room?
You drop the invisibility, and I believe that you were also targeting Yandere with that too. So the invisibility drops. Your eyes flare up, and you take a look around. You see several pinpricks of light kind of dotting around. You see kind of off to your left, along the north wall, there's like an L-shaped writing desk that you do see the outline of kind of a long, thin object kind of sitting on top of the desk. It looks like some of the torches on the wall are magic as well. They are kind of like nicer versions of those crystal torches. You also spot kind of over on the nightstand next to the bed on the far side. So you would have to cross the light and be in view of the window to get there. You do see what looks like kind of a small object glowing over there, but relatively bright. Brighter than the other objects around.
So I would tell Yandere those torches looks like they are enchanted in some way. And there's that object on top of the writing desk. It's a thin object. And then there's a bigger magical source over on his nightstand over there.
And anything behind the door in the northwest corner?
Not that I would be able to.
Not on the door.
Not on the door, but not. I can't see past it. With detect magic, I would have to open the door. Do you want to take a look at these two things first, or are those going to be things we do on our way out?
I would prefer to probably stay away from the window until we can become invisible again. If you want to check the thin object on the writing desk, we can do that on the way to the door.
I will go and do that. Check the thin object on the writing desk.
It appears to be a magic quill of some kind.
Yandere, you have a way of casting Misty Step, correct?
I mean, it's really just an innate ability that allows me to move from one place to another, yes.
On a fairy hop.
The window, if we were to crawl underneath it, would we still be in view?
If you got like really close to the window and crawled on the floor, no, you wouldn't be in view unless someone was staring down at you at the window. Because while I said they are floor to ceiling, they're not really floor to ceiling. They're more like
Floor to hip?
just
Under-
under waist to ceiling.
Yeah. Like ceiling to hip? Okay, then I suggest we get on our bellies and belly crawl across it.
Is it of great importance? Like, why are we...
Well, that's going to the door, correct?
No, that would be the opposite side.
Oh, never mind. We're going to the door.
So,
I thought you had to cross that to get to both of them.
No. I was just making sure that I was very clear where light and potential stuff would be.
Then we're good.
As you kind of push through this kind of narrow, swinging kind of double doors, you find a smaller bedroom, or not a smaller bedroom, a smaller room with these kind of extravagant mosaic tile floor and walls, and dominated by this kind of large in-ground bathtub of kind of this natural mosaic kind of stone. You even see some like gold tile in there. The only other thing you see of notice is this truly kind of massive hearth with this very large kind of kettle on it. And you do also kind of see some kind of rune work on the kettle that appears to be magical, because you do still have Detect Magic up. Yeah, so you would see that. And then on the north wall, kind of slightly set in, is this kind of beautiful mosaic tile version of the Tree of Falling Leaves. But all of the leaves are kind of these carefully sculpted, precious stones. So there must be hundreds, if not thousands, of these little garnets and rubies kind of inset. You do see one open spot in the leaves that your Detect Magic actually does catch.
So it's the centerpiece of it? Or is it just a
It
piece?
dominates the center of the main wall. The piece that's magic and then the room is dominated by the bathtub. The eastern wall is dominated by the hearth and the kettle. As far as the magic that you see, there is, with inspection, of all of those leaves on that huge tree, there appears to be one gemstone missing from
Gotcha.
that tree. And the socket that that gemstone would go into is glowing faintly with magic. And then you do also, your magic also catches some runes and inscriptions on the kettle here in the bathroom.
And I will tell Yandre what I see. Just for my inspection of what I'm seeing, would I know what the stone would do if it was input?
You don't see any other obvious mechanism, though you can sense some magic, so you're guessing it must be like a key of some sort.
Okay.
And with some inspection, the kettle seems to have runes on it that seem to cast like heat metal. You're guessing it's a way to very quickly warm bath water for the bath.
That's nifty. So as far as that goes, I don't know what it does, but it's a key to something. I don't know if you want to try and activate it, but that's basically just heats water.
Key. I would assume that's probably the treasure room then.
Due to my inspection, with me inspecting it, am I able to see what type of stone would activate it? Or
You
what I
can't
could do to activate it?
really tell. You would assume it would have to be some kind of similar kind of gemstone carved into some kind of a leaf pattern.
Okay.
And it looks like the magic in it appears relatively strong, of kind of a transmutation nature.
Caleb.
Yes.
You're able to identify what kind of magic it is, right?
Yes, and seems to be transmutation, but how far along that path it goes, I'm not sure.
Can you match like magic auras? So let's say you were to be able to see like a transmutation magic. If there was another item that had that same kind of magic, you would be able to identify both of them.
Yes.
The object that you were trying to point out in the other room, the small object, do you remember if it's the same as this one?
Is it transmutation magic?
It was kind of hard to tell at a distance because you're just kind of viewing it. But, taking, 20-foot step back to just kind of stare at it a good long while, it does appear to be similar in color and power. So it's quite likely transmutation type magic as well.
So it does look like that is also transmutation magic.
Okay. I'm gonna try to go get it. I should have listened to you earlier on whenever you said to go get it, but looks like we might actually need it now.
Caleb will stay on this side, and I will direct him where it is.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go back and around, and then per Caleb's instructions earlier, attempt to try to like hug the wall under the bottom and crawl to the other side.
Okay.
See if I can get to that key.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm over there just taking a picture with a smartphone. Blackmail you later. uh, but no, you managed to get over there pretty quickly, and as you kind of slowly are making your way back around to the bedside table, you see this kind of elegantly carved kind of gold necklace with this kind of orange, maybe bloodstone, you assume, pendant carved in the shape of a leaf, roughly the size of the missing one in the other room.
And like, assuming there's nobody like outside the window or at least an immediate view.
Not that you can see.
I'll look over at Caleb and be like, "There's no other magic besides this on the table, right?"
Do I see anything else besides what he's holding?
I'm not holding it yet.
Well,
Yeah,
Then
you
no.
don't see any other magic.
I will attempt to grab the pendant and go back to the other side.
Okay.
Did I successfully go back to the other side?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
With that, I'll head back into the bathroom and hand Caleb the pendant because he could see where the lead was supposed to go.
put it in.
okay. You go to put it in. First, that gemstone glows, then kind of radiating out, all those other kind of gemstones glow. And then you watch just kind of like as all the leaves suddenly kind of drop, and that kind of stone sculpture just turns to dust and falls. Then lights come on in the room beyond, which is of the same size as the room you're in. And you see a couple tables, some stuff going around, some pouches. You see what looks like bags and boxes of coinage, as well as this kind of rolled out piece of like velvet that's got several gemstones kind of sitting on it. And then you also find this kind of display case off to the side that looks like it has a couple items in it.
As soon as the lights appear in that other room, Yandere is going to go back towards the door of the bathroom and make sure that it's closed.
Okay.
Whenever it drops, is there anything magical that I see on the other side initially?
Magic, yes. You do spot 4 auras that lie in that glass case.
Okay. I'll point that out to Yandere, saying there's 4 distinct things in that case over there. I say we get to searching to see what we can find. And in this, there is no windows whatsoever, correct?
Nope.
Okay. Then I will search the room with Yandere to see if we can find what we need.
Wait, when you say 4 auras, do you mean like there's magic floating in the room itself, or is there 4 particular items that are glowing?
It looks as though there are 4 magic items
Okay.
in that display case.
And I'm going to look in the display case and see if the display case has what we're talking about, if it's magical.
Taking a quick look, you see a set of thin wire-rimmed spectacles with kind of colored glass lenses. You spot a like a 4-pack set of horseshoes that appear to be in this kind of glimmering silver color. You also find a rolled up piece of parchment, spell scroll of some kind. And then you see what looks like a kind of a piece of wood that's been carved into the shape of a feather and has some arcane writings on it.
Okay, so it's not what we came to.
Nope. And then you find numerous amounts of coinage, and then looks about like 9 gemstones of various color.
Okay. And there's nothing else in this room indicating what we're looking for?
Nope.
As he explains that he doesn't see anything that we're actively looking for, I'm going to cast Locate Object and see if I can try to track down a falling star within the vicinity.
That's a good question.
While you're looking that
Okay.
up, okay, never mind. You figured it out.
Yeah, I was just trying to see. I was having a roll for a chance, and yeah, you got it. As you kind of sit here, you do feel a ping southward, and then I was trying to say, remember, does locate object give you a more like distance, or does it just point you in a direction?
As long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you. Wait, so you sense the direction of the object's location as long as that object's within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you'll know the direction of its motion. The spell can locate a specific object unto as long as...
or it finds the closest of its kind within the area.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, it would just tell you a direction but you wouldn't necessarily know it's right on the other side of this wall.
Yeah.
But yes, so you get a ping to an object that is south of you.
So it's not in this room, but there is one south of us. I'm not sure how far, but I don't really want to waste a lot of time here if this is not where we're going, if we're not going to get what we need out of it.
I understand that. One thing, is there something in here that would particularly piss off Pumpkin King if we take from him? Do you have any ideas?
Do I recognize any of these items that are in like the glass, like the spectacles, the horseshoe, the parchment, or the wood carved feather?
Well, you'd have to get your hands on the parchment. I don't know. Both of you roll me an Arcana check.
It's all you, buddy.
Can I roll it with advantage?
Why would you need advantage?
Because I want advantage.
Don't you get to add stuff to your intelligence rolls? Yeah.
Dirty 20.
I got a 9.
Man, all the bonuses you get, you got a dirty 20.
I rolled a 6.
Yeah, you're not sure what the feather is. You can't really tell what the spell scroll is, but kind of taking a little bit of a look, it looks like there are several pages to the scroll. So you're guessing it's 4th, 5th level spell, something like that. Obviously, the horseshoes of speed. I mean, it is a rare object, but I mean, really, how many horseshoe-shaped magic objects are there in the world? Well,
Speed
in the
and
prime
Zephyr.
material.
There's Speed and Zephyr.
Yeah. Those are horseshoes of speed. And then the lenses, you can identify those as eyes of minute seeing. Basically, they give you advantage on investigation checks.
I want the glasses.
Don't set off an alarm that we're not prepared to get out.
Yeah, but I guess in that note, you will notice that there does not appear to be any magic.
Any traps whatsoever? Because I still
Any
have my.
magic- Yeah, because with the tech magic, you sense no magical traps, alarms, anything of that nature. Even the lock on the display case appears to be a mundane, non-magical lock.
So he trusted his key, essentially. Then if I don't sense any magic, I'm just going to take the glasses.
You're going to
As-
open the lock.
You're gonna.
Well, he said that. Did you say that it was unlocked?
There's a Monday.
No, I
lock.
said it's a mundane lock.
Okay, then I will check and see if the lock is trapped in any way and see if it is locked.
Doesn't appear, as far as you are capable of checking for non-magical traps, it does not appear to be trapped. Yandere didn't like the way I said that.
Well, that's what you're supposed to say. Then I will take the glasses.
Okay.
You have to unlock. You have to unlock the case. Have you unlocked? You can't. Are you gonna unlock it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna
You're
try.
able to okay, then do you have proficiency with Thieves' Tools? Do you own
Oh wait,
Thieves'
no,
Tools?
no. I was gonna have Yandere do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna try to unlock
Yeah,
the case. I
yeah,
guess.
it's like Yandere sitting there just watching as Caleb's just kind of fumbling with the lock, and it's like, wait.
I can't do
did
this.
that earlier. I will check for non-magical traps.
Yeah, roll me an investigation check.
It's not good for me either, but that's okay.
Well, that's okay. There's some eyes of minute seeing in there.
Now I rolled an 8.
You don't see any evidence of traps, which, I mean, I guess makes you feel better because the lock is relatively small. So, not, I guess, a whole lot of opportunity for trap in there.
Okay, well then, I will attempt to pick the lock.
Okay, go ahead and give me dexterity plus proficiency.
This nat 1 stuff is not doing me well.
Not a big deal because the lock is relatively simple. Well, actually, yeah. What's your bonus anyway? Like, what is your total?
Once all said and done, it's 7.
Okay. It takes you a little longer to get the lock than you like. Like, it's a little embarrassing, but you're like, okay, 4 tumblers. Click. That should not have taken me 3 minutes to open this
I
lock.
don't pick locks. I sneak.
Or you just do like me. Like, you pull out the rake pick and just go and get the tension right and you're good. You know? But the lock comes open. Case opens. No obvious signs of further traps. The eyes of minute seeing are yours, along with, I guess, anything else you might want to pilfer from the treasury.
Then, do I see any diamonds? You said there were gems of various sizes and stuff.
You do not see diamonds. They all appear to be gemstones, roughly like 100 gold worth. So you're guessing there's like 900 gold worth of gems. And then among the coinage, you see lots of gold and silver, some copper and platinum. You would assume there's thousands of gold worth of coinage in there.
I particularly will grab the horseshoes and the wood carved shaped feather.
I'll grab the other spell. I'll grab the spell scroll.
Then the platinum, particularly, how much do I see? I don't want to be jingling all the way.
There are 90 platinum pieces. So it'd be 900 gold worth.
You want to split it 45?
Yeah, we can do that.
Because that's going to weigh us down, I would imagine. So
500 coins of any denomination equals 1 pound.
Oh, well, then let's just grab all of the platinum and the gold.
50, yeah. So that 90 platinum was just under 2 pence. And then there are 2,000 gold pieces.
Oh, we're not doing all that. So 45.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a handy haversack
Yeah, I
or a
should've
bag of
asked
holding?
for that, but I don't think Azal would have gave me that on this little journey because she would have been upset if
No. A woman never relinquishes her purse.
it would have never happened. Even though that's technically Arthur's handy haversack.
You don't know that.
I don't know that, but yeah. So for sure, let's grab the platinum. We'll for sure do that, and then
45 each.
45 each platinum, and then some.
Caleb's got money. Caleb is broke again.
Caleb's gonna use it to copy a spell, so I was like, let's just give him.
Yep, and then he's gonna be broke.
And then I will grab 200 gold. I'll spend the time to grab 200 gold, and then Caleb, you can do whatever it is you decide you want to do.
I'll do 200 as well, so I match at the same time. And that'll be it for me.
Okay. And so, were you taking any of the gemstones?
Yeah, I would. How many are there? You said
There are 9.
I'd just pocket all 9 of them.
And then, so you guys took the minute seeing. Caleb, were you taking the scroll?
Yes.
And you guys are leaving the horseshoes and the weird feather
No,
thing.
He took both of those.
I took both of
Okay.
them. He got the spectacles and the parchment. I got the horseshoes and the wood carved feather.
Okay. Yeah. You can mark that down in your inventory, Yandere, as a Qual's feather token, specifically an anchor type. So, you don't technically know what it is yet.
And what were those glasses?
Those were eyes of minute seeing. Yeah. It basically gives you an advantage on investigation checks that rely on sight, but the object kind of needs to be within like a foot of you, so it needs to be something that you can, bring up to your face or study closely.
Okay.
Yeah, but they just kind of look like 1960, British disco rounds with amethyst lenses.
And what's the scroll?
Taking a quick look, I'm not sure if it's actually on your spell list. It is not.
Okay.
But it's written in Sylvan, which, you can read anyway, I believe. And as far as you can tell, it details the ability to conjure some sort of woodland being.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a 4th level spell scroll of conjure woodland beings used by druids or rangers.
All right. I would say at this point we should probably head out.
And south of us, that is not the way we came, correct?
You would have to go south into the bathroom, south into the bedroom, and then west into the study.
Okay. So,
But as you guys are kind of like backtracking, you guys make it all the way, to the bedroom, and it's still south of you.
So I would assume at this point, do I assume it's not in the castle since it's like directly south? And
Yeah, you don't know.
Well, because the bedroom, which way does the window lead out?
The window would be in the southwest corner, looking west. But okay, that is actually kind of an interesting thought. Yandere, as you kind of get on that south wall and start kind of pacing the wall, you can feel the direction shift as you do. So, kind of like with parallax, the longer the distance is, the smaller the change in the angle as you move. So judging by, with a little bit of intelligence, judging by how much the angle shifts as you move along that wall, it does seem that the object you're looking for is maybe 15 to 20 feet on the opposite side of that southern wall.
Okay.
Or on the other side of that south wall.
And have we seen on that side of the wall?
The only thing you see there are the three kind of large reliefs similar to the tree in the bathroom, but it's the one that has the tree on it and then the two versions of the Pumpkin King flanking it.
Trying to think if there's a way to. I would ask Caleb to look and see if he finds anything that would lead to there being like a secret door, a secret passageway, or something behind one of these statues, while I return the pendant back to the. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if we return the pendant back to the nightstand because we've already took the quill. No, I'm going to put the pendant back.
Okay.
Then I will look and see if there's anything that I might be able to determine on the other side, or a way to find secret doors or something. I'm going to see if I can do an investigation for that.
Just a quick note for you guys yonder. When you guys kind of left the treasure room and moved into the back room, you guys kind of saw dust rise up and that door wall reform in the northern area of the bathroom. So it is kind of
we would have taken the pendant off, and then yeah.
Just letting you know, it just kind of as a quick point of order there. The door does seem to close itself.
And so, is there any secret passageway going past the south side? Any of those statues?
I mean, what specifically, I guess, are you looking for? You don't see any magic.
Okay. I don't think there's a magical passage or something along those lines going that direction.
Like no circles or anything?
Not that I can see.
Yeah, there's no kind of magical anything.
I think we actually have to go around and go to that side.
Okay. I only have a few more minutes before the spell wears off, so if we're going to go, we need to leave.
Then I will cast invisibility on both of us again, so we can go and be stealthy again.
Okay.
Let me mark that off. Alright, good. We're good.
Now here's the next problem. As we start moving back into the main corridor and room, the guard is probably back on the other side of this door. We are going to have to find another way to distract him.
Without opening the door or being able to see him.
Okay, so wait, this room has the window that leads directly out into the courtyard or whatever, correct?
The bedroom?
No, the main room. Like the main...
Oh, the main room? Yes, pretty much the entire western and southern walls are just large wall of windows.
Okay. The southern wall. I'm going to look out the southern wall and try to see if there's like another door or like a building or something where the locate object would have been leading me. Is there like another room, or is there like...
It does look like the wall, the outside wall continues to go on. you would guess about another 30, 40 feet, and then it looks like it ends. So wherever it is appears to be in that corner of the building.
Is there a door from where I can see?
Not that leads
there?
outside.
Well, no,
Nothing
not
yet.
from the room that I'm in, but like if I'm looking at the wall, is there like a door or some type of entrance on that southern side where I think that object is? Like, do I see a point of entrance?
It from the main room or from the bedroom?
So when I look out of the main room through the southern window, I'm looking to where the star would be based off of my locate object. I know that there is a corridor or a wall that extends about 30, 40 feet out. Do I see like a door or a window on that wall? Not the court, not where I'm at, but on that.
So looking at, I would say, the western wall of whatever that area might be, you see no points of egress.
Okay. Trying to think if there's, just based off of like the way that we traveled, if there was another doorway or something that I would have remembered passing, or we would have to go further down that corridor where the king's, what's it called, is.
Yeah, because like if you exited the corridor and then headed east, that's where the castle library is. It takes up pretty much the entire eastern wall of the castle.
But if we exit the King's Solar, where the guard is right now, that door, well, our assumption is the guard is at that door. If we go west from there, was there a further point down on the corridor, or did it kind of block itself off?
So if you're going west, if you're hanging left and heading west at the door as you're leaving the door, you go back towards the main hall.
Okay.
And that would be probably about 30 or 40 feet that way. And there are a set of doors that lead out there that are currently open. And then from what you recall, if you got out there and then went right, there's the door that leads into that stairwell. And then at the end of that hallway is a set of double doors which leads into the library.
Yeah.
Question. Would it be better to be in that room that we were in originally without having to distract the guard completely?
You mean the
stairwell? I can get us there.
Yes, but it would put us further away from potentially finding the star.
Yes, but we can sneak back through.
Yeah.
Or we either find a way to distract him, or we take care of him and pull him in this direction.
Are you contemplating a dimension door, Caleb?
Yes.
Okay.
I can cast it 3 times.
I know, I'm just saying that's not how I would use it, but okay.
I was saying,
yes, but I can't visualize where over there, and if I
don't
miss...
think you have. I don't think you have to.
Let me see.
Dimension door, you have.
You can just pick a direction and a distance.
Well, it says in a direction such as that, and
yeah, but I mean, you are right that like it could be a little risky if.
Oh, that's not too bad then.
Yeah,
that would be annoying. If you would arrive in a place already occupied by an object or creature, you and any creature traveling with you would take 46 force damage, and the spell fails to teleport. So
you would get hurt, but you would. Okay.
So I could do that. I could do that, but the issue is if we're inside a wall, we just take damage and nothing happens.
46.
Like
that's
more
nothing.
than half a full red.
Well, the damage is nothing.
I was like 46. That's 24 points of damage. I think I can manage that.
Or 4 damage.
It could be. I think I can manage that. I would look over at Kill and be like, You could have done that the whole time.
Well, the issue is knowing where to go. Since we know it's about 15 feet in front of us.
It's about 30 feet in that direction right now.
Yeah. So, as long as I feasibly pick a spot that isn't occupied by an object, we could do it. We would show up visible, but then I can cast it again to get out after we grab it.
Yeah, the problem is we don't know what we're going to be visible to.
Yeah, that's the concern.
Once we get the star, we're out of here, right?
Yes.
So realistically, all we need to do is get in there, get the star, and make it back to the tunnels.
Yes. That's pretty much it.
Do you think it's worth it?
I think an attempt is worth it. If we fail the first time when we come back to this location, a little worse for wear, we can try another method.
Again, my concern is we go over there and we run into somebody who can stop us from leaving. I know that the star is there, but I don't know if someone's wearing it, if it's in a container. It's not moving at this point. It's just been sitting there in the stationary point. I don't know if someone is just wearing it and they're sleeping. It could be held somewhere that's incredibly visible. I don't know what's on the other side of that wall.
I would like to get eyes on it.
Can't you do that thing with the eyeball?
Let me see if I'm prepared. I don't have that prepared today. So no, I can't do it today.
Well, if we're gonna do it, we gotta do it.
So, you want to do it?
Just remember, if we run into trouble, you need to get out.
We'll do.
Yonder just goes, all right, let's do it.
Suspension door.
God.
Okay, just for clarification here, since you know this could go badly, where are you guys standing at the present moment?
We're not standing right outside the other door. We're back in the back room.
Back in the bedroom?
Yes, and when we were about 15 feet away from it, we would be 5 foot away on the other side.
Okay,
So,
you're standing
say-
about 15 feet-ish away from the wall.
15
No.
feet away from the object, and we're teleporting 20 feet the direction of the object. So 5 foot past the object.
Okay.
Do we bounce back?
5 feet past the object. Okay.
Before we go 5 feet past, you know what? You cast this.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and take a break because it's that time. Hey guys, come back in about 15 minutes, and we'll see whether or not this goes horribly wrong.
Good timing.
Break
Yeah.
time.
Break time.
See y'all on 15.
Hell yeah. Welcome back.
Yay.
Still down a full red. But the suspense is killing everyone, so let's go ahead and get back to it.
Let's go.
So the
Okay.
characters can kill everyone.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So, Caleb. Yandere. Caleb, you cast your dimension door, kind of quickly, near-ish the southern wall, making a blind guess. As you and Yandere kind of shoot forth through your little door nexus, there's this brief moment where you kind of pass through an in-between space, and you can swear kind of off to one side you can hear the sound of like familiar tavern music, and you can spot what you think kind of looks like Aromakai just waving at you as you pass. And stumble into a dark lit room that suddenly flashes up with light. This kind of large 30-foot-ish in diameter, somewhat octagonal room with no windows. You almost kind of rock forth and kind of fall into a table that was just ahead of you with the momentum. Well, some kid done went and got himself kidnapped. So yes, you rocket forth, hit the table shakes a little bit, and like there's some shiny baubles that kind of fall over and hit the ground. And you're kind of looking around. You're mostly just kind of seeing up on a wall as though you've kind of shunted to the far end of another room. But kind of just in front of you, in this little kind of pedestal base sitting on the table, you see this kind of bizarre mass of rock and pale yellow crystal that kind of arcs up and twists, almost looking kind of like a fireball if it were made of lava and the lava was like pale yellow instead of red.
But it's a centerpiece of the table?
It's kind of, yes, it's sitting on a base on the table in this kind of centerpiece. So you're just kind of looking down going, oh, well, hey.
There's nobody around us?
Yeah, as you kind of glance around, you do see Yandere next to you, but something's wrong. As you take a quick look at Yandere, he's staring past behind you with a face you can only assume to be shock and terror.
What does he see? Or wait, I saw some individual going through. He goes to say he would probably see somebody as well? Or is it not that?
It doesn't really kind of look like that. As you kind of follow Yandere's eye line, you see that you kind of entered this space, kind of on the south end of this room, in between the table and this wall, and this kind of large circular stone table dais type thing in the center of the room. Most of the periphery, and it's in two tiers, so this kind of donut shape that makes up the lowest tier contains a variety of objects: jeweled goblets, silver ears, gemstones, merchant scales filled with gold and platinum, that kind of thing. But the center dais, the one that Yandere seems to be looking at, has this kind of pedestal that holds this kind of beautifully elegant curved hunting horn. It appears to be made of this kind of really kind of dark ebony wood up near the mouth that quickly kind of changes to like a dark kind of stained oak and then shifts to some kind of a honey color. The mouthpiece itself is made of some sort of bluish kind of silver color. And then from there, you watch as if from the mouthpiece, there's this kind of silver banding that seems to spiral out, showing a procession of mounted individuals carrying things from bows to crossbows to spears to swords. You see like a couple guys with slings, and this seems to continue along the spiral pattern until you get about halfway up the horn, where the procession seems to end with a figure riding at the front of the pack, bow in hand, and the head of a deer. That kind of flares out as pieces of the horn almost seem like they've kind of disintegrated, and it's this kind of bizarre kind of mash, as if like burled or holes had been bored into it. But you can tell as you kind of stare at it, the hairs on the back of your neck start raising a little bit. You don't have your detect magic up, but you can just kind of feel the energy kind of radiating off of it.
I'm going to look over to Yandere. What is that?
Yandere makes no mention. He's like dead focused on this horn.
No. Whatever it is, it appears he knows what it is, and he is terrified of it.
If something that is scaring you is in the hands of the Pumpkin King, do we take it and give it to somebody else? Or do we leave it?
Yandere will turn and just look at Caleb. Again, at this point, Yandere is hyper-focused and what appears to be incredibly terrified. To the point where he can't formulate the words. He's just looking back and forth between Caleb and this horn and the star. Caleb, the horn, the star.
I'm going to grab the star.
Can we physically touch the star?
Well, the star's on a pedestal. I just got to grab it.
Making sure it wasn't, because you said like lava, like it was like kind of lava.
I was just kind of describing how it would look. It definitely looks like a piece of fallen star, like molten earth and crystal jagged together. But it is glowing, which gives it kind of this weird look.
Would I have any idea what this horn is?
I don't know, and I don't recall to what extent Yandere may have mentioned it.
I haven't mentioned the horn. I mentioned what it does, but not specifically.
But you can roll me a religion check to see if maybe you can pick up on any of the iconography.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So some of you don't necessarily know what it is, but based on the kind of iconography with the cavalcade procession of individuals and the mounted huntsman with the head of a deer does sound relatively similar to some stuff Yandere has talked about. Your guess is it would have something to do with the wild hunt.
How big is the horn? It's
a standard sounding horn size. So like not much different than like a musical instrument.
I'm going to reach for it and look at Yandere. Does he do anything?
Yandere will immediately.
He's going to start reaching for it, but stop and look at Yandere.
Yandere's like almost like an adult does to a kid, where like they're reaching for something that they're not supposed to touch or they're not supposed to do. It just kind of like immediately reaches out, like as a reaction, and grabs your hand, and is just like, "Get us the fuck out of here now."
Would leaving this here do more harm than good?
Taking it with us would do more harm than good. Get
Got it.
us the fuck out of here.
Dimension door to the stairwell.
Okay. Roll me an intelligence check right quick, just to see how well you can calculate that distance.
14. Wait. Why do I have a plus 6? Oh, yes. 14.
Okay.
I get a plus 2 because of Jack of all trades.
Even just a regular.
Yeah,
That's what it edited for.
it's right.
Oh, okay, interesting. That's good enough. So you just kind of grab the chunk of star, leave everything else, and GTFO, and you step out into the stairwell that you guys entered. You know, when or that you guys stepped out into from the siege tunnel, and I guess from that point the entry to the siege tunnel will just be right there to your left.
Yeah.
Yandere, as quick as possible, once he gets to the door, is looking for that circle in the wall to open the door, and he's like kind of not like he's hastily fumbling, like trying to find it, but he's trying really hard not to make a lot of noise.
Yeah, kind of like the dude where you're shaking a little bit, like you're trying to get the car key, or like your house keys in your house because you just want to get inside.
Yeah.
Easy enough though to press the button. Kind of watches the runes flare up. A couple of the bricks kind of start shift, and then the door opens a little bit. Kind of in the distance, you hear someone go, "Is someone there?" And then you hear a little bit of shuffling, but by the time it gets close, you guys are through the door and have got it closed, and you guys can start making your way down the spiral staircases. Interrupting a little bit of a booze party downstairs at this point in time. Like, your dwarf compatriot that, is kind of bringing you through, has kind of brought in some table and chairs. They've played some cards. They're like 4 bottles of wine in, and swapping stories as best as they can, I guess. And then whatever the hell Volred's doing, mischief.
Listen, all I'm saying, and I don't understand why you're just not agreeing with me here, is if your alcohol is that good, you don't need to tell me about it, okay? You just need to let me get a whiff of it, right? That's all you need to do. That's it. You don't need to oversell.
I know, but
like you're doing with your hand of cards right now.
I think I have a pretty good poker face. I will win eventually. Given enough time, the water always defeats the stone. But geez, 37 in a row is... I think you're cheating. I don't think it's me.
You just can't admit that I'm better than you.
It depends on what it is. But
I look over and see the Calum and Yandere appearing and not even focused on like their emotional reaction. I'm just like, so you got the star?
DM, before we go into that, how big was the star? Because you never gave us like a real...
It's
size.
slightly larger than fist size.
Okay. So more than what Godric actually needs.
Yeah, it's a little bigger than what Godric needs.
Got it. Damn, we didn't get any information to help
His name is
it's fine.
Godwin,
We'll keep going.
but okay.
You should have just taken the horn with you. You know, like saying.
That look on his face immediately.
Yeah, you should have seen how many exclamation points he sent me in the chat. Are you freaking kidding me?
Just touch it. Just touch it. One touch.
Just the tip.
Just a little bit.
Took 0 buy-in from Ari for the shocked horror.
Yandere is beelining it. Like he is.
Yep.
He is
No character has ever worked so hard or so fast to get away from their backstory in the history of Dungeons and Dragons.
to get away from the cause of calamity of their backstory. Yeah, okay.
We should go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Yandere.
Yep, not even paying attention.
We call this one a
Let's
drop.
go.
Okay. So as you're doing that, like Harn's like, well,
Mission successful ish. Let's go.
Can I get 2 drinks to go?
yeah, just take the bottle.
Do you have another bottle that's...
Oh.
1 drink?
Yeah, just go ahead and take both of them. Might as well. Just kind of pulls out a couple from the, 12 pack that he brought. Gonna hand it over.
I empty out my water canister and fill that bottle in there.
Once me and Yandere are a distance away from that, that's when I'm going to pull Yandere aside. And I'm going to grab him by the shoulder. And ask him, what was that? Are you okay?
No. Yes, I'll be okay.
There's 52 in the deck, right?
That was the horn of the hunt. The wild hunt specifically. You remember when I said that I was being chased or not entirely welcomed here in this plane?
Yes.
And you've heard a couple of people mention the wild hunt since we've been here. It's as if it's hard to put it. You've experienced death. I can smell it on you. You've had your run-ins. You've fallen in love with the death god, right?
Yes.
You understand the tortures of death.
Very much so.
It's as if it's a limbo of continuous pain, of never-ending fear, of constant terror. That horn summons what we consider death here in the autumn. Once they start chasing you, it is very rare that you get away. And once they've caught you, death is not the worst thing you experience. To see it in person is terrifying. And to know that it was right there in front of me. I need to go. I need to leave. We can't stay here. Especially now that we have stolen something directly from the Pumpkin King. It's almost certain that he is going to send the Wild Hunt after us. I can't go through that. I can't do it again.
We are here with you, and if it does happen, we will ensure that they are not successful. But let's go.
Caleb, there are reasons why I told you to leave me behind if I got caught. You, we, us, our group, we are nothing compared to the Wild Hunt. Yeah. There are a lot of things that you've said that have made me confident in your vigor, that have made me incredibly proud to call you my friend. But there are moments of some stupidity, and this would be one of them. If you think we can get away from the Wild Hunt and we can handle them, you are a fool.
Many fools have done great things.
And many fools have died for them.
Yeah.
I'm not. We need to leave.
Let's go.
Guys, why are you running?
Yes, because at this point in time, Godwin is kind
You
of
could tell
trying
Can't we just-
hastily trying to.
Wait a minute. Can't we just
Yeah, why are y'all
leave with
running
God?
down the
Yeah,
hallway?
Yes, I mean, we brought everything with us that we require. Is there some reason why we cannot immediately be away?
Caleb, you're gonna have to return the shoes.
Strip down.
How much are the shoes? How much are the shoes?
Theron kind of says,
DeAndre tosses the 9 gems that he pocketed, and it's just like, here,
Don't
take
time for
these.
Kinda
that.
goes-
Cast spell now.
I goes,
Wait, y'all got
oh,
gems?
that's a bit
We're good.
overkill.
That is. Give me.
Call it even. Call it even.
Godwin, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, and Godwin's going, yes, but just right quick, you said you succeeded. Do you mind if I see the object in question? And he kind of looks at it and goes, oh, hey, this is actually quite nice.
Spell,
And it's like,
Godwin, pay attention.
oh, right, yes, here. He hands it back over to Caleb. He's like, that should do quite nicely. Falls through his pack, pulling stuff out and goes, oh, all right, well, if we are all good here,
As he's doing all of this, Yandere is just pulling off the chain shirt, and it's just like tossing it back over at Theron.
Pretty sure that money paid for that too.
I don't need it. Oh, and while he's doing, like, again, we're doing all of this relatively hastily.
yep, you're doing this.
Yandere also runs up to Theron and places a note in Theron's hands and says, I need you to get this to who's it's inscribed to. And then
Theron kind of grabs it, just takes a quick look at the seal and goes, all right, brother, I'll see it done. Yeah. Puts it on the shirt.
Bye, Theron.
It is nice meeting you, all of you. Well, come back anytime. You know, we're here. I could show you some more sections of the cave, and you know, I could take Master Godwin on seeing some of the sights down here that I told him all about. I was like, yes, that would actually be
We could
quite
be wanted
nice.
criminals. We should leave.
It was a great time spelunking with you.
Yes, it was indeed. And I goes, all right, well, have fun, joy, don't get caught. Godwin goes, are we all ready?
Is my
We're good.
alcohol gonna come with me when we transport?
You have
Yes.
to believe, or else it won't.
And so he just kind of holds up the tuning fork and a little, piece of metal. Goes, all right, and then starts kind of gesturing, chanting, and then, ding. And the floor beneath you just kind of falls out. You are cast similarly through a section of space and time. Looks like endless outer space. Stars kind of reflecting and shining all around until instantly you find purchase with your feet again. And you find yourself in the middle of Godwin's little laboratory beneath the Adventurers Guild. Well, hopefully it should be a little while before I have to cast that again.
Tastes
At least
weird.
this time we were on the floor.
Yes, and then
Question.
yes.
Now that we are out of the Fae, is there still some form of connection with Volred that he can sense it even from afar, or is that completely done?
We shall see. First, I'd like all of you guys to roll me wisdom saving throws.
Oh,
The fun part. I'm excited.
I think I should get advantage or something.
Oh, fucking failing.
Got a 4.
Okay.
Oh, this will be fun.
we all
Oh, yeah,
forget
we all-
everything.
Oh, somebody roll for Kalum. Or for Kelmac.
Alright. I gotta pull up his thing.
Wait. Do we get a +4?
I mean, yeah, I guess if you're standing next to Kelmac.
Okay, I mean, that's a little bit better.
Okay.
It's not gonna be.
I would like to use my inspiration to add a d6 to this roll.
I will also use my inspiration.
Because I
Wait a
don't
minute.
know-
I could
I
use.
don't know what the DC is, but I'm really hoping. Well, no. That ain't gonna help. Got a total of 9. We get Max roll over here. Kind of a pain in the butt to pull this shit up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take that.
Man,
Can
it's
I roll a
real weird when I
D6?
suddenly split into 5 people.
The D6, yeah, I mean, you guys can roll the D6. You guys got that inspiration.
Yeah, I got nothing. So I got Kelmax is a +4, right? Or is it a +5?
22 for
Yeah,
Kelmac.
22. 22.
I've got a 7.
That's
I got
plus
a
4, so you got an 11.
I rolled an 8, so I got a 12.
Well, you have Kelmax plus 4 to the save as well, is what I was saying. So.
Oh no, I didn't have the inspiration.
I was talking to.
You're the aura. of
Gotcha.
Kelmac.
That's
Sorry.
still 11.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was y'all's results? Final results?
Yandere got an 18.
Okay, you pass.
I might have
11.
Pass.
9.
12.
Pass. Who got the 9?
Me.
I'm sorry. That is a fail.
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Volred and Yandere would have automatically passed because they have Fey ancestry.
Wait a minute. I'm Fey Touch. Does that count?
We'll say yes. But it doesn't matter because the only one, I guess, who, other than Kelmac, is like. So yeah,
Makes sense.
you guys return.
Story checks
Yzal remembers nothing of their trip to the Feywild.
out. I also forgot the trip. Like both times we've been to like Kilmo, Calum's dad's place. I am not good.
yeah.
I'm
yeah.
not good at
Oh.
remembering shit.
So, yes. Now, Volred. you do still sense a connection to the Fae, but it's odd. Like you feel it emanating from Yandere, and then you can feel like maybe like pinpoints of it like out in the world.
Got it.
I got a question.
Yep.
So I don't remember any of it. Is it as if we plane shifted there and then plane shifted back? It's like we've been gone for like 6 seconds, or is it?
Yeah, you
like I lost
basically remember Godwin casting the spell.
And nothing happening?
Well, obviously they didn't land in the same place,
What, you just
and
teleported us
you
from
guys
here to
obviously
there.
look a little different.
I have no shirt on right now.
Yep.
All right, I know what I'm doing.
Oh, right.
So it is very clear that something happened.
All right, I look around. Godwin, are you gonna cast a spell?
Godwin just kind of looks over to you and
Can
kind
he
of looks at
pass?
the rest of you. He goes, "Oh dear.
Puppy.
Well, I suppose the simplest way to explain is we're already done, darling. We're back."
We went all
And
the way
He's
there?
kind of
I don't remember.
glancing
Y'all really
around
got a
his
shirt on.
shop a little bit and goes, "Hold on, one moment. I need to check something." And you see him start going back to like a kind of a small shelf that sits over near his workstation, starts fumbling around stuff, pulls out, and then starts taking a look at it and goes, "Oh, well, that's awkward. Well, it would appear that, well, good news is, our specific timeline for keeping the time shifting between the realms was minimized. But it does appear as though some time has still passed here in the prime material. I would say about 5 weeks.
What?
Be more specific. According to my magic calendar, it is presently the 25th day of the second seed. Which means we are, well, quite a little bit into summer now. Well, excellent work, everyone.
That was what, 3 days?
You guys spent 5 days
5
in the
days?
Feywild. Days became weeks. I rolled it at disadvantage, but my first one was a 20, which would have meant days become years.
Oh.
So,
So
What about your timeline of guaranteeing a seller that option?
either we're good or really bad.
well, it would seem that it did certainly help, as from what I can tell, it did shorten the length. It appears we were getting pretty on the long end of that, and could have been a whole lot worse. Certainly could have been a whole lot better. Looks like we just narrowly missed the leaving window for there to be no change. So there was a little bit of slippage in transit. But looks like we were able to mitigate the worst of it.
I mean,
Apologies.
You said it's the 25th day of the second seed?
According to my calendar, yes.
I have missed my deadline by 7 days.
Your deadline for what?
Oh, don't worry, it's not important.
Well, obviously, you all will need some time to adjust, and of course I have my work here. So I suppose it would be convention to move on to payment for a job well done, yes?
I start.
Yandere walks up to Azal and it's just puts his hand out and just says, "In your handy's haversack, my armor is in there."
As soon as you like put your hand out, it's like immediate kind of slow flinch, and I low five you, and then you start like, okay, why would I? All right, I start looking through my handy haversack. You know, I don't see it. It's probably in the big. I look in the bag of holding. 1 second. There's some pieces to this. Have you seen my jar? I can't seem to find my jar in here.
He like holds up the alchemy jug.
Ah, sweet. I need to turn this thing. While we're waiting for like him to process stuff, I just take the bag of holding. I turn it completely inside out because I need to know what's going on in here. Just all of it kind of spills out.
Like all of the weapons and stuff.
Just money and everything just spills out.
I have it organized. Okay.
Yandere will just find the remaining pieces of his armor and grab them.
Okay.
Well, I don't have a bunch of stuff. I keep my stuff primarily split between the haversack and the bag of holding, depending on what it is.
Yeah.
So what is in this thing? Let's take a look. Bag of holding. That dragon scale. Got 2 hand axes, some chain. 6? No. How many the fuck is that? That's a lot. 2 healers kits. Entire mess kit, rope, and like 8 torches, and that was it.
Gotcha.
I keep my stuff organized.
So, what was the payment that we had arranged? It was 2 items, correct? Or was
Well,
5,000 and
basically it was 25,000 in store credit, or I would agree to give you some items of a somewhat restricted nature. Well, I suppose that's up to you. Going over it again, I believe I offered you 3 keystones for some shadow gates, though I only know of the location, the destination location, to 1, which lies northeast of Night Harbor. I also had a scroll of gate that could be of useful, as well as a sword, and one known in the human tongue to be Starkiller. Supposedly, the wielder of the sword once was able to use it to conjure very powerful magic. I'm not entirely certain what all it's capable of doing now, as it appears to be the sort of weapon that, doesn't lend its power to just anyone who wields it. But no doubt, if properly utilized, will perhaps prove a very keen ally.
What were y'all thinking?
Well, what do you value that trip at? Is the better question. Just because you offered it before we've went out doesn't mean that's what you're still offering now.
Well, that was our agreement.
I have a
Yeah.
question. You said that if the fragment of the falling star was big enough, you might be able to make two of the thing. Is it big enough, or is it just barely big enough?
Well, it's hard to say. It's possible that it could be. However, this does not appear to have already been refined, so I'm not entirely sure how much of this fragment is star and how much of it is just, metamorphic rock. And I'll know more for certain as I dig into it a bit and see how much of an actual yield I'm able to get. But it is quite possible that I'll be able to get a second one.
It's not a guaranteed. The other
No.
items for sure are guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the items are very specific, and we're not gonna be able to really use them unless they're, and we won't be able to sell them.
That is true. Bios would be very hard to get. Although I would say that if you do plan on taking the sword, selling an object like that would raise an awful lot of questions as to its provenance.
Where do you get it?
Well, I got it from a merchant friend of mine who spent some time in Aidenheart. Apparently, it had been retrieved by some adventurers who were plundering a tomb of some kind, perhaps to other adventurers. But they were never able to get the sword to do anything, so they figured it wasn't really worth much. I, being a sage, am, so far as I can tell, the only one who really knows the blade's true value. But again, that has also a potential value if one is able to actually utilize the blade.
Do you know the requirements to utilize the blade?
Not really, other than to say that I'm aware that only one of Fey ancestry can use it. Apparently, it was a relic of the Moon Elves and Star Elves that used to run a section of the continent, and so it has a variety of powers in that regard. But from what I understand, it actually has a myriad of potential abilities, and it awakens those abilities according to the needs and deeds of its wielder, assuming they're worthy to begin with. I don't necessarily know if the racial requirement is an actual requirement or if it's just that it accepts non-elves or non-fey rarely.
And I say that we see if Godwin can get the most out of his star, and if he does it, then we default on the other portions.
Yes, that is true. If, realistically, it is just a bit of debt, so we can delay the due of the payment if that is what you would prefer.
And then, what item are you crafting with the star? I know it's one that can grant a wish. Is that what?
Yes, that was my hope. So I guess it would come down to whether or not your group has something that is worth wishing for.
guess we wait and see if it's even possible for you to create another item from the remnants of this star. And then if you can't, we have a decision to make, just like Azal said.
How long would it take?
Well, typically an item like this would take a very long time, even a year or more. However, from my observation, I'm really mostly just changing and concentrating the form of the magic, so perhaps a month or two.
And would you know sooner whether or not you could make two, or would that be...
Yes, I imagine I should know within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Then I think in that regards, I think we'll keep in touch with you on that. But
Very well.
We live in the same town.
yes. But we all always travel, so there's that.
Yes. Since we are having in time, I suppose I'll also use the intervening time to see if I can save up a bit of cash reserves. So that way, at least you'll have the option of taking a portion in coin rather than barter if you feel in the future that is something you'd rather do as well.
Okay. I do have my eyes set on one of the potions that you obtained while you were with us.
Y'all got potions?
Yes, I suppose. If that's something you're looking to purchase. Which one in particular?
The one that helps with intelligence checks with Arcana.
Yeah.
That's probably what he wants.
Well,
he said he was going to sell it. I told him if he's going to be crafting items, he should use it. But he said he was thinking about selling it. And if that's the case, Kalen was taking it.
so that's the one that gives advantage on intelligence-based checks?
Yes.
Yeah, the Potion of Arcane Insight. Yeah, see, guys, I do have such an object. You must understand that considering it has a permanent effect, it's worth a considerable sum.
Yes.
We also
Especially
understand the amount that you paid to get it.
Well, yes, that's true, but at this point in time, you're also asking me to forego any particular form. For the right buyer, a potion of this kind could very well produce an income that would set me up for life. I could very well purchase a noble title and land and a barony of such an item.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to help me any, so Caleb, if you're going to try to buy it, this is up to you.
Yeah. I'm curious as to what you would sell it for.
Y'all got potions?
Well, I suppose...
You did too.
What?
I suppose before I put a price tag on it, I'll have to figure out a market value. That may take a little bit of time, but if you like, I would at the very least give you and your party first dibs.
Yes, and I know briefly, even though she doesn't remember this, there was another potion in which you may have obtained that'll allow you to see magical passageways. Izal had expressed interest in it, even though she doesn't remember.
What?
I think
You
it
can
would
see
be
magical
wise.
shit? Oh, that's so cool.
It'd be
I'm looking through all
wise
my
to
shit right now.
give us first dibs on that as well.
So the one that sees magical passageway.
So yeah, there were two potions. One that Volred had, which just sees like regular secret tunnels and things like that, and then there was another
Secret
one.
tunnel.
There was another one that Godric got that sees like magical passageways and corridors, which was a permanent effect as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing the north and right is down.
From good old Ben.
And I got the freaking.
Yeah, that reveals hidden doors and dimensional rifts.
Yeah.
Or was that one?
That's the one that.
No, that's the one that Volred had.
Okay,
took
that's
that
what I was
one.
fixing to say.
I pull out a potion. The fuck is this?
What is it?
I don't know.
Well, you pulled it out, and I will tell you which one it is.
I don't know. I had 2 potions. One I
You don't remember?
I had 3. One I consumed. It's now in me, and that'll randomly happen now. And then I had 2 others. One's the Shadow Clone 5-person jutsu, and then the other one is what I know what it is, but I don't know I have it now. And then that means y'all don't know what it is.
Which one did you consume?
The 10-minute alter self slash one.
You're gonna accidentally do
I'm
that.
gonna sneeze and fuck up my face. Is what's gonna happen. Because the first time I did it wasn't very successful either. Because I'm not very good at magic.
Turn into little Nicky.
Why are y'all looking at me so weird?
Because you won't feel anything.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look. I'm not sure.
I know what the potion is, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I just don't know which that other.
I think we wrote it in our thing.
Yeah, I was trying to go back and see if I can find it.
Oh, Elixir of Feywild Sight grants the ability to see hidden portals and magical pathways.
Yeah.
That sounds sweet. Wait, what else did y'all get?
Oh, I've got this weird feather. And Yandra pulls out the wood carved feather, and then also
The token?
Yeah, and then the horseshoes, which is like I have no horse, so
Why do you have horseshoes?
I don't even know what they do. They were in a case.
Those are your horseshoes of speed. They increase the speed of any mount that you put.
Great. So you said make the stallion would probably use. Where
Yeah.
are our horses?
Alright, Volred's
And then-
place.
And then Izal also sees Kaylin was wearing glasses now.
Nice specs. It brings the whole features together. With that hippie vibe going. With that beard and ponytail.
Yeah, with that disheveled hair and beard and those 60s glasses, he almost kind of looks like a beetle.
It's Ringo Starr. Oh,
Like-
yeah.
Yeah, like one of the Beatles.
Looks like I should be growing some leaves.
That's our other party member.
Did some say Azure Leaf? No one.
And then I also pull out the quill that I got. What quill did I get?
You have a quill that when you activate it for up to 10 minutes, it will dictate whatever speech. you get.
That's what I figured. And then I also got the scroll of conjure woodland beings. And what was the token? Like
It's
it was a
Qual's
feather.
feather token
Qual's feather token.
I got that
and an
one.
anchor.
I found another
I got the
vial.
feather token.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember what it was.
Okay, question though, because I have it written down and I forgot. I know I got the hidden doors, the help with animals, and the Feywild. I also had in my notes the once taken give a person permanent immunity.
That one we were going to give to
That
Kelmac.
yeah, we gave it to
Okay,
Kelmac.
that's right.
It's acid immunity.
It's
Okay,
poison
perfect.
immunity.
It was poison immunity.
Oh, it's poison. Okay.
Deleted from my stash.
I have 2 vials.
Drink them both.
That seems like a really bad idea, considering the things
Sounds
you've described
It's
recently.
fine.
He's all. Let me see it.
Both of them?
Yeah, I want to see what they are, and I'll let you know.
All right. I'll hand you one
Take
of
one.
them first.
I'll take it. Which one did you give me?
The Shadow Clone one.
Okay. I was there when you purchased them, right?
We were all there.
Okay, yeah. So
Ben-
I'll tell
Ben
you exactly.
described what they did.
Yeah, I'll describe what it does, and I'll give it back to you.
Well, it was like a lot of work.
The other one?
What's this one? This one lets you gaze off into the far-off abyss and outer planes and could potentially drive you mad. It duplicates the contact other planes spell. That's what I've gathered from my own.
Basically,
assumptions.
yes.
Which is
So
a fun
this
spell,
allows
but
you
terrible,
to
though.
contact other planes, but be very careful. If you use this and something goes wrong, you could go crazy.
That sounds like a huge risk. Why would someone want to contact other planes?
Because you can gain some very good insights.
Do I know who I'm talking to?
You have the possibility.
Unclear.
You do have the possibility.
I mean, yeah, I have the possibility of knowing someone I walk into a room for.
Yeah.
Alright. Cool. Did I get anything else while I was out? I got this poorly made bear mask, I think. Not really
Yeah,
sure.
you bought that whenever we were at the festival.
I spent money on this?
Not much.
Oh god, thank goodness.
It was for the children.
Fuck, how much money do I have? Fuck!
Okay.
She doesn't remember how much money all
Oh,
of the potions
bro,
cost.
I got nothing. I got nothing out of all this.
Oh. DeAndre will hand over 50 gold pieces to is all.
Okay, why? I thank you.
You said you have nothing.
I mean, yeah, I left with thousands, and I've come back with not that.
Well, you also met Ben.
I don't know who that is.
That's where you got your potions from.
This one that could drive me crazy, and this one that could make duplicates. That one might be cool, but
Yes, and the other one that you took hastily.
Yeah.
what? I had a third one.
You had 3.
Yeah. We all bought 3.
What did that one do?
I think it's supposed to change your size or something.
Oh, that could be cool.
I think I have something that changes my size as well.
I will try.
You can
I'm
get that
gonna
from
think
Ben.
and focus to make myself taller, and accidentally activate the illusion one to make myself the
Shorter.
illusion of myself taller. Did it work?
Yeah, you're taller.
I don't feel any taller.
That's just your attitude.
The bottom of the barrel. What do you? I go find a shiny surface, and I look
I'm
into.
glad you admit you're a bottom.
What? Oh, I'm not that. I look at myself. I see my reflection. My reflection looks taller,
Taller.
but my eye line is lower. It's like
You're looking at your stomach
what the?
or your chest.
It's fake. Oh, okay.
DM,
Mhm.
we still had the backpack, didn't we? Of all the materials that we took to the heist, the 6 potions and stuff.
Yep.
Yes, unless you took that out and moved packs.
No, not at all. So I'll go over to the backpack, and grab the second pair of boots of Elvenkind and toss them over to Volred.
What was
Steve!
tossed at me?
Boots.
Yandre's
Well,
bounty
technically,
just
Yandre
got higher.
paid for him.
He's now unfriendly with the Sundown Sentinels.
Listen, I threw the gems at them.
And he said, "This is way too much."
That I overshot, and I threw
Yeah,
the gems at them. I forgot that they were in there until I was like, "Oh yeah, what all did we come back with?" And I was like, "Oh, we still have the backpack." So, Volred, you can add to your equipment boots of Elvenkind.
That also means you guys have 6 healing potions you guys can divvy up too.
Ooh, that'll look great with your spurs.
I want to put those damn horseshoes on Murder. I want to put horseshoes of Zephyr on Murder. Because Zephyr makes you fly.
They're just the horseshoes of speed, not the.
I know,
Yeah.
it's
Yes,
a
was
flying
just-
murder cow, you know.
that would be awesome.
Sounds like a WoW mount.
Oh, well, how much time did you need for the full Dante to be completed? Because we're now 5 weeks deep.
It was done
Oh, we're
before
done.
you guys left.
Yeah, we could.
We just needed to find a way to pay for it. Is that what it was?
No, you guys just didn't want to make the journey.
Wait, what?
Izal's weapon.
Yeah, because it was like the closest you guys could teleport was like 3 days away, and it was like, don't want to walk.
And then Izal, what was the deadline that you missed? This is me asking you as like out of character.
Oh,
What was the deadline you missed?
7 days ago was the first full moon that would have converted me to
okay.
a werebear.
Yes, and I went ahead and yeah, I went ahead and looked at it and was like, you've still got, another couple weeks.
For the next one.
Okay.
Specifically,
real
it'll
quick
be
question.
days 37 through 40 if you want to
I will mark that.
mark that.
'Cause I had the
How many
day.
How many full moons a year are there?
For which moon?
The moon that counts.
The Hunter's moon?
We have multiple moons?
Yeah, there are 4.
That's my same.
But you can tell. I mean, it's about. It's roughly the same with the regular moon, so it's like a 30-day cycle.
Did you say the 27th day, Eric?
It was the 37th day to the 40th.
37th to the 40th. So we're like 10 days away.
Yeah, because you were doing that off of the Hunter's moon, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because currently it's the 27th, right?
It is currently the 25th,
Yeah, 25th.
the morning of the 25th.
Mark that down.
So
don't worry.
you guys don't know it's morning yet.
daily notes.
What are you talking about? It's the night of the 21st.
Nope.
Ha ha, ha ha. 10d6 lightning damage, no saving throw.
I could take 2.5 of them.
He can survive that now.
Alright, alright.
Evasion.
Okay, the 25th, morning of the 25th?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the second seed.
Huh? Yeah, so either I already am susceptible to it, or I just skip the deadline and I go to the next one. I don't know.
Great. I'm assuming we probably need to go back now.
Yeah. Godwin, please keep in touch once you find more information. But I think we
Yes,
should head
of
home
course.
for
Send you a sending spell.
5.
Thank you very much.
I shall. Fuck! And I run out.
Where is she going?
I just leave.
Kind of makes it to the front door, but it's locked, and Godwin has to go and
Bold
unlock
move.
the door.
Bold move, locking that door.
Oh yeah, she's dating somebody and hasn't seen him in 5 weeks.
Yep.
I get immediately to the Adventurers Guild.
Yeah. You
Are we
just
under the
ghosted
Adventurers
your
Guild?
girl. You're underneath the Adventurers Guild.
So you just go upstairs?
Yeah, I go up the stairs.
Okay. So Zal goes to try and salvage what's left of her relationship.
Lucky I didn't break this door.
Wow, that's like the worst. She doesn't even remember what sort of excuse to say.
Ow.
To say, hey, I was supposed to go to the
Honesty
Feywild, but
is
I
the
don't
best
remember anything.
policy.
Oh, does Godwood have any other weapons, specifically like bows and stuff?
You don't see any, but if you ask, well, do have a couple. Jix. You're asking specifically for bows.
Yes.
Well, I do actually have 2 in inventory. Would you like to see them?
Yes.
Well, he kind of leaves and comes back with a couple options. He sets one down that looks like a relatively plain bow, but well made. It's like, this should be relatively familiar to you. This is just a garden variety, magically enhanced bow. So certainly useful there. This other one is also a magical bow, but it has been enchanted to. Well, the enchantment is technically called a bane, as it gains extra lethality against beasts.
And so the other bow that you have was just a +1. I'm asking out of character. This is just
Yes, it's just a +1.
okay.
Oh, just +1. Breaking the fourth
How
wall.
much is the Beast Bane bow?
Well, normally a bane would be a relatively expensive one. However, Beast Bane is, well, one of the less desirables. So for a weapon such as this, I could let it go for, say, 600 gold.
And then just to be sure, DM, what's the actual name of the bow?
Doesn't really have one. It's basically a dragon slayer weapon, but beasts instead of dragons and a bow instead of a sword.
Is it a longbow or a short bow?
Be a longbow.
So Yandre will look over at Volred. You fancy slaying beast? What do you think about this bow?
Doesn't seem to need any help with that.
Does it make me better?
I would say so.
How better?
I don't know the stats on it. That's why I was trying to look.
It's literally just a +1 bow. In that case, it's no different than the one you have, except that if the target you're shooting at is a beast, you do 3d6 extra damage.
Those A deck.
those
And
fucking.
of course, since it is rolled damage, that means, if you crit, then that's extra damage there too.
How can I be greater than great?
Well, I mean, beasts don't have that many hit points, so for an assassin, at that point you have to be, well, you know what? I don't even want to say it because I don't want to give you ideas.
Can I be the same animal but a different beast? You're welcome.
It increases your minimum output to by 21 points if you crit one of them, just statistically.
I didn't go to school for math.
I'm not there either, so.
I would
Here's
like
the
to. Okay, but for real, how much does it cost to get one of these?
600.
Oh, that's it?
Technically, if you wanted to trade in the bow you have, you could get credit.
I mean, that'd be worth it, right? Because there's no other advantage the +1 already have.
Yeah, because it's a regular +1 bow
Yeah,
and
basically
all
at this
applications.
point, you would be paying 300 gold pieces at this point to do extra damage against beasts.
Cool. 3 gold pieces for extra damage.
300.
I don't know about that.
He tried it this time.
300.
Okay, what's it called?
300. Doesn't have a name, but if you're gonna buy it, then I'll put it in right quick.
I'm gonna buy it.
Okay.
For 3 gold.
No.
It's 100
No.
per d6.
I've never gotten any kind of deal from Eric ever.
So you're not negotiating, you're just
I
saying
call
numbers.
bullshit.
You got one of those potions for 50.
Oh, don't.
You got a free potion.
Shh.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
We talked to him about it after the stream.
I know.
Shh. He
Hey, you
doesn't
have an
remember.
unlimited amount of money. It's just gonna toss around.
Listen, the rich stay rich because they're frugal, okay? Haven't y'all figured this out?
I thought it was because of the oppression.
Too.
We don't think of it like that.
Because you're rich.
You should just come up to my level.
I'm short.
You just got a spell or some shit that makes you taller.
Allegedly, I look taller. By
You
accident.
could
also
never
have
be
a-
glamour.
You have a shiny new weapon waiting for you whenever we get back to go pick it up.
I know almost nothing about that weapon.
Zal gained a weapon and lost a girlfriend.
Damn.
Not if I have something to say about it.
Shots fired.
Hey baby, see what the sword do.
The worst part is I have
Alright,
no record of me trying to contact her because my book didn't send.
I'm going to ask Godwin if he actually has any wands that I can take a look at.
I thought you guys looked at all that crap before you guys left.
It's been
Nope.
4 or 5 weeks.
It's got a
I
nice
actually
5-incher.
I don't think I looked.
Yeah, I'll have to see what he's got. Put this in right quick.
It's been 5 weeks. He's been robbed since then.
No. He's got more
Reverse
security
robbed.
here than the Pumpkin King did.
He pays adventurers for defense.
Well, the Pumpkin King at least has a spell that whenever people just get a little bit nervous, they just evaporate because they can't handle it.
What?
Question, DM. Since we're playing the rules of like coming from a different place and cost and inflation being different, if I sell Godwin this chain shirt, does it become Elven chain shirt because it came from the Feywild?
No.
I feel gypped. I
Uh,
feel taken advantage of.
Elven chain is a very specific kind of chain.
I'm just saying,
So
you
rude.
make a
Yandere
chain
got
shirt
nothing out of
of
this.
all
Made
the
by
elves
elves.
in the Feywild. It's an
Yeah,
Elven
this is
chain
being
shirt.
rude.
You don't know that elves made that.
That chain was made by a gnome.
It was made by the mermaid, so it,
It
should
has
be
a tag
mermaid
on it.
chain. It's literally made in the Prime.
Oh shit! They shipped this one in.
It-
It's cheaper that way.
It's right under the washing tag.
Don't wash.
Oh my god.
Ever.
Yes.
I was just giving you more time so you could put this Beast Bane
I'm just out
weapon
here
into.
trying to, save my relationship.
We're just talking shit.
Okay. It is added to your character sheet already.
Oh wow, that was easy.
BB, Beast Bane bow. Statistically, there's no beast that has enough HP to survive a crit from you.
Yeah. I mean, there already really wasn't. I mean, I guess other than dinosaurs.
Yeah, like if you go like that route or like giant apes, yeah.
Still, with
But-
that, he statistically, if he rolls okay, he'll one-shot a gorilla and he'll one-shot a T-Rex.
That would be amazing.
He can one shot a lot of things. We just have. What's gonna happen is Eric's going to forget that he gave him this weapon, and we're gonna run into like a pack of beasts, and it's just gonna be Volred mowing all of them.
Or it's going to be a druid turning into a bear and just getting one shot through its entire health
Now, why would
because it carries
there you
over.
So
Is that
far,
the
it works
beast
pretty
bane?
well.
Yeah, I guess the beast that has the highest hit points is a whale with 189.
Yeah, so Volred could essentially one shot a whale.
I mean,
You could, yes, you could statistically one do it, but
Yeah.
as long as he doesn't go whaling, he's fine.
but I mean, like giant ape has 157, so like, I mean that's pretty good.
It's the Druid Destroyer. It's not Beast Bane. It's the Druid Destroyer.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're gonna go to the Druid Grove.
It's like I went hunting and Arthur's
Actual
just
the
kind of walking
problem.
around. He's like,
Do
it's
you
like,
remember
oh, I killed one.
the speckled back whale? No, not anymore.
You think it's a deer and then you shoot it and it turns out to be a
Well, but like he doesn't
The druid
realize
just
that like
killed one
Arthur's
shot.
just running around like in wolf form for speed. So like he took almost all of that damage against his regular hit
Druid's
points.
first wild shape, and they get killed by him critting it by surprise. It's
Oh
130
man.
HP damage and is dead.
oh.
Oh. Okay. All right.
You're gonna be a war criminal by mistake again.
So yes, Izal is
Never a war card the first time.
Izal's going to go apologize. More, and then Caleb, you were asking about wands.
Yeah, wands or staves or something. Just trying to get an idea of what he might have.
Yeah. Let's see here. What he might have. Yeah. That. What about this one? It looks like we won't use that one because kind of useless. Do it like that. Yeah. He does have one wand. Is expensive. But he tells you that whenever you use it and speak its command word, it will alert you to any particularly hostile creatures. The benefit here is it can sense the presence of any hostile creature based on its intent, even if you are not fully capable of seeing them.
Okay.
Of course, it
How much
only
is
works
that?
on a limited range, but still.
And how much was that?
Well, it's a bit of a niche item, which does reduce its value a little bit. But it is still exceptionally rare, so I suppose I could let it go for. Oh.
About tree fitting.
No, I was going to say more like 4,000 gold. But I suppose for you, I could go down as low as 3,500. Or 350 flat.
Okay. And what about any staffs?
Staves. Those would be a little harder to get hands on. Most of what I would have would be lesser staffs, not really worth your consideration, really. The only one that I might have. Ooh, yeah. Nope, he only has basic, common kind of staffs.
Okay.
Like staff of flowers, staff of bird calls.
Gotcha. Then in that case, I won't be getting that wand for right now, but that might be something that I look into later. Does that wand require a tuning?
You're referring to the detection one?
Yes.
Yes, it does, unfortunately.
Okay. Then I will see what we can find, and I may come back to you later for that one.
Yes, I'll try to keep it in stock as long as I can. As I said, it's a bit of a niche item, and considering it does require attunement, that does reduce its usefulness. But who knows? Odd items come and go.
Most definitely. So I think we'll be heading out. Appreciate that, and do keep in touch.
Oh,
And then I'll head
my
out
pleasure.
and follow Izal, but probably pass her as she's groveling.
Hey. First, I gotta find
Well,
her. Sometimes she's not here.
Yeah, not here, so I guess you'd have to go, look for at her residence.
First, I would run up, not see her, ask her again, ask the rest of them, like, when's her next shift? I need to know. So sorry. And just immediately panic when I don't get an answer. And I'm like, then I just turn and start running to where her house is, and I'm writing in the notebook, like, we need to talk. I'm so sorry. I just lost 5 weeks. This has been a train wreck. It's scribbled on there as quick as I can. It's like,
It's just like all of a sudden you're like, what the hell? And she's like, this is bullshit. And then opens up and then like all of her notes load our messages load at once.
Oh no.
Wait, would her have sent? Would hers have sent, or would they have put in a queue?
I mean, it was written in the book, so I would imagine it would have been in a queue.
It's like when you,
but it's kind
But wouldn't Izal's as well been in a queue?
Yeah, but I was only gone for like what 5 days.
Yeah, but you said you also put some notes in there.
Yeah, but no, my notes were just that's a different notebook. I have more than one notebook.
Oh, gotcha. Never mind.
They're like, because mine goes to her. Like, but I'm not sending thousands of messages. I'm sending it's 5 days. I'm sending 3 or 4. But if I'm gone for 5 weeks, the reception is way worse. After a while, it just stops after a certain number of days. Like, oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Fuck. I hear that.
Imagine if.
Oh.
The door kind of unlatches and opens up. You see Frigga kind of standing there in like kind of an apron. Looks like she's in the middle of cleaning house.
Oh thank God. I am so sorry. I gesture at the book. It just means nothing. I lost 5 weeks. I was gone. It felt like 5 days. I am so sorry. You want to talk about? I can buy you my dinner. We can go somewhere and talk. I can help you do chores. I just need to talk about it. I'm so sorry.
Frigga's looking at you and she's got like this, like you recognize it, like the barbarian rage underneath. And then Frigga goes, no point in helping to clean. It's just going to get dirty again anyway. And then she grabs you and pulls you inside and slams the door. People on the outside, you know, walking on the road, kind of hurry past. All of a sudden, it kind of sounds like there's a ruckus. Furniture and tables and stuff being knocked over.
Because of the feng shui, right?
It is definitely some fun sway.
Use whatever pun you want.
Yeah. So, Izal doesn't come home tonight.
Caleb's just like, where the fuck did she go?
Oh, well, he probably has a guess.
You knock on that door, I will cut off your fingers.
Yep. Touch this. You put your hand on this door, you'll lose it.
Caleb, do you knock on the door? I have a funny joke.
What? Are you following Izal?
He is coming after us, right? Can't hear you, you're muted.
No, I wasn't. But just because Alex said it, yeah, I'm going to say I followed him and knocked.
Anyone who knocks on the door, I cast message towards them and say, if you back away right now, I'm going to murder you. There are some scared villagers. May or may not be coming by later.
Yep. A panting, hurried Izal voice enters your head.
Now.
Then
He's like, oh, my fair little scamper.
You went by the house too. It's just threats.
But now at this point, he's all just yelling.
Ah! And I can cast message and yell now. It's all one word.
Yep. Switch to yell channel. Okay. Anything else you guys want to do? Because it's still morning. Just trying to take the day to figure out what the hell changed and get caught up with your lives.
We've been gone
Pretty
5
much.
weeks.
Volred's sleeping, which is weird. He's sleeping.
Okay.
Yeah. Whenever Caleb goes to bed is when he would check up on Morgan.
Okay.
That's about it.
So, as the evening kind of goes to the end and you kind of check up with Morgan, she kind of enters into your room, through the shadows as she normally does, and is kind of looking down at you, seeming not worried, really, but it's hard to tell. It's like she's happy to see you, but she's still kind of keeping you at arm's distance, kind of thing. Well, that was certainly interesting.
Very much so. Were you able to see me in the Feywild?
I do have some allies there.
Yeah, we lost a couple weeks when we came back. That wasn't fun.
Well, such as the Feywild.
When the time passes, how did it pass for you? Was it in real time and then darkness for several weeks?
No, I suppose it is almost like reading a book. Some scenes seem to move by very quickly. Other scenes seem to drag on for pages and pages.
Gotcha.
But still, I was most worried there towards the end. I wasn't entirely certain what your friend would do.
Do you know of the Horn of the Hunt?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm actually quite more surprised that you don't. As anyone who studies the Fae in general, as while the Wild Hunt may have its home within the haunted thicket in the autumn, that does not mean that they exist only there. In truth, the Wild Hunt passes through all the Fae realms from time to time. They even come to the Prime Material when there is need.
What would have happened if we had touched it?
Well, nothing. The difficult part would be if you or your friend or really anyone in your party had seen fit to blow the horn. That would have been interesting. In honest, I'm a little happy your goblin friend wasn't around.
Yeah, Gorbik most definitely would have instinctively blown it and just not given a care in the world.
Especially considering he seemed quite partial to horns as a musical instrument.
Yes, and I think he still has that damn horn.
Well,
The Horn of Sounding, I think it's called.
the most important thing you need to understand is that the Horn of the Wild Hunt was used by the Archfey Sunrunos in order to call forth the Wild Hunt. Any who hears it feels compelled to join the hunt along its journey. And whoever controls the horn controls the Archfey for the hunt himself.
So, regardless of whose hands it's in, it could always turn out badly.
It
I
depends.
hate that we left it there, but I also am glad we didn't take it.
Well, at the very least, taking the horn would have denied the Pumpkin King the ability to control the Wild Hunt. That, at the very least, would have been beneficial. That said, the Pumpkin King is a member of Fey nobility, which no one in your party is, so it's quite possible that prolonged exposure and maintenance of having it in your possession would likely have tempted the Wild Hunt to come and retrieve it, since it would be held by an individual not strong enough to command the Horned Lord. So, truth be told, it's quite possible that your friend's decision was a good one, considering how quickly you left the Feywild. At the very least, you would have needed to ensure the horn got passed to another individual who could have safeguarded it in your place. Still, you'll have another chat.
Yeah.
Speaking of your friend, I'm sure you might not be aware, but he and I struck a bit of a bargain before you depart. For his help in certain personal matters, I agreed to help him out with a personal matter.
Yeah.
And I suppose, if you are going to be a herald of mine, so to speak, you might as well tell him, as you will be the first to get a chance. The object he seeks lies within the realm of the Winter Fae, specifically in a very special vault maintained by Queen Mab. You see, the Pumpkin King wanted to ensure that Sarunos's head was outside of his reach, and for that he contracted Mab to hold on to it.
Is it M-A-B? Queen Mab?
Mab, yes. The Queen of
Okay.
Air and Darkness, as she is more commonly known. So, that is where the head is located, and if one is capable of finding the head and returning it to its master, then the master can be made whole. But I would warn you that while the head is in Mab's command, Sarunos is also tied to defend Mab and her lands. So, heading towards the land of winter will most assuredly force you to come face to face with Sarunos, the Home Lord, and his cadre of Dullahan.
That definitely does not sound optimal, but I'll be sure to let Yandere know. Thank you for looking into this for him.
Wow.
What was the deal that you bargained?
He had to do what he could in order to keep you safe and out of harm's way. And to that end, I'd say he performed admirably.
Oh, me and him just decided to sneak into an enemy palace alone.
Yes, but you did make sure the noisier of your compatriots were not present in order to complicate that process.
Oh yes, and he also got me these shoes. They're quite handy.
Yes. Done. Well, there are other places I need to be, my dear. So, I'm afraid this should be all for now. I guess I'll have to leave you with your new toys.
Thank you. I've enjoyed seeing you.
It is my pleasure. And hopefully we'll see each other very soon.
And then I'll leave.
We're in your bedroom, I guess. So she'll leave.
That's fair. Well, I'll pull away from the spell.
Goes to the kitchen.
Okay.
Like, I can't go back to my room. There's a ghost there.
It's like, I'm gonna leave. We're in your bedroom. Okay, then you leave.
That seems relieved, though.
I'm assuming everybody's asleep now.
I mean,
Because I would have done this right before
Volred
I
and
went to
his
bed.
sister don't technically sleep. Neither does Yandere.
Oh,
And
right.
he's also
probably
not home.
Do
Kelmac
y'all not listen to
sounds
me?
asleep.
I literally said I was sleeping.
Yeah, he said he actually went to sleep.
Sleep?
is
You're
weird.
sleeping?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said Volred is sleeping, and it's weird.
Okay. Alright.
I was busy
Then,
checking
I'll
out.
have to make a note of that.
I will go see if Yandere is available at the moment and go knock on his door.
Yes?
May I come in?
Sure.
Awful.
Jiggle the handle. Then I'll go to...
Unlocked.
Booby trap.
Gotta open the door, have to push everything out of the way. Stuff
Yeah,
that
you just
Yandere
hear like a whole
packed.
bunch of stuff just scraping across the ground. Yes?
So, I just got through speaking to Morgan on your behalf. She said she found some information on the thing you asked her about. And then I will relay that it is with Queen Mab and the dangers that we would face go find it.
So, Queen Mab of the Winter Court has Ceranos' head.
That's what she said.
That bitch. How? So she's holding it.
In her vault. Yeah.
Yandere like gets up and begins to like pace a little bit. And again, the like aloof statements and the way he talks has begun to drop. And she's had the head the whole time.
What does that mean to you?
It means that the head of Ceranos has been right under our nose the whole time. And the Pumpkin King has bigger alliances than I thought that he did. That information is critical for us getting Ceranos back in power. That bitch!
Is she someone you thought was an ally?
Not an ally, but not someone that I would think would take such a strong stance.
So an enemy of your enemy that you thought, but is now.
Queen Mab has never been one to not accept things of her own benefit. The Pumpkin King must have given her something that was worthwhile. It's just, I thought higher of the Fey courts, and seeing a lot of this unravel has changed my perspective on a lot of them. Thank you, and tell Morgan I appreciate the information.
Ugh. And I just walked by Red's room. He's snoring.
He chose to sleep.
I've never seen that.
Well, we don't sleep. We trance of some sorts, but that's an older history lesson. But he may not be dreaming, he may just be there. I guess we'll find out whenever he wakes up.
And Caleb will just be blank and just, all right.
Caleb,
I guess we'll talk about that tomorrow.
yeah,
Yes, sir?
I had a question for you. Back when you did one of your rituals and I was sitting in and helping, um, I saw something. And I don't know if you can clarify something for me. And if it's too personal, you can let me know. But as we went into one of your rituals, I saw, I believe it was a house on fire and two people. I can't remember who exactly they were. I don't know. Does that have any significance to you?
Yes. That would be when both of my parents they died. Their entire place caught fire. They were trapped inside.
I'm so sorry.
I was at that point I became the responsibility of the entire village. Up until my father came and found me. Mr. Eldon Voss taught me everything I know and took me out of a place of feeling like a complete burden to all those around me. But yes, that was when my parents died.
Well, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Then Caleb will go to bed.
Caleb?
Yeah?
Close the door.
Shut the door.
You immediately hear.
Should we get you lighter furniture or heavier furniture? That's my question.
No, it's not as effective. If it's light, the ghost can just push them, and that's not what I want.
But to be fair, I just pushed it.
You also got magically imbued with extra strength when we went into that pool, so like I can
Now
understand that
average.
happening.
He was imbued with average strength. Way to go. You're muted, Aaron.
You're muted,
This is
DM.
hilarious.
You've been
I was
muted
like,
for like.
so, it's like Caleb's the one that actually needed the lycanthropy. It's like, wow, you mean if I get bit by a werewolf, I can double my strength? That's awesome.
That would be
0
amazing.
times 2 is 0.
You don't double the
Oh.
modifier, you double the score.
All right, guys. So, with that, everyone kind of falling to sleep in their respective areas. And we're going to go ahead and call it here for session 101, chapter 101.
Woo.
Okay, I was just going to say, it's like Jace looked like he was about to say something, and I didn't want to cut him off.
Excited.
Yeah. So, next week, come back. Same thing as ever, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central, Adventures of Athoria. We'll see what you guys kind of get into then.
Now we don't know what we're
Yeah.
doing. That's the hard part.
I mean, we'll see, because, like, Mab is the Queen of Winter, and that means you guys are kind of right smack dab in the season where she is weakest. You know, because you guys are coming up in the middle of summer. You know, so maybe you guys just do a 180 and head back. Who knows?
Good night, everyone. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. We'll be back next Tuesday.
Good night,
Enjoy
Neverland.
yourselves. Stay active.